Order, please. I call the. Give me order. I call the subcommittee on supply will now come to order. It is now 6:09 p.m. The subcommittee is meeting to continue the estimates for the Department of Environment and Climate Change as outlined in Resolution E7. And we're going to resume with the NDP round of questioning. The NDP have 40 minutes remaining. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And hello again, everyone. This past December, the department released regulations to require a Class 1 environmental assessment for large-scale hydrogen projects, which is a lower standard assessment than the more stringent Class 2. And we've heard concerns about this decision to fast-track these applications. I'm wondering if the Minister can explain how the department decided to use Class 1 assessments instead of Class 2, and were there any reports or research conducted that could be tabled?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. I want to thank the member for the question. This is an exciting, new emerging sector in Nova Scotia. However, I do want to challenge the notion. The member indicated that Class 1 is a lower standard. That's not the case. A Class 1 environmental assessment is a rigorous assessment. It's an assessment that involves a 50-day period of analysis that can result in various decisions rendered by the minister, approvals with terms and conditions, requests for more information. Along with that, as this is a new emerging sector, which we're very excited about, when the Premier talks about Nova Scotia being a global leader in clean renewable energy, green hydrogen is a key component of that. As we design rules and so forth around green hydrogen, we clarified some of those rules. And as such, creating a foundation for green hydrogen to exist within a regulatory framework. So as Minister, I'm confident in the decision that was made. When it comes to our environmental assessments, both Class 1 and Class 2, which are both very rigorous, and each has its various paths to compliance. I'm confident in the regulatory framework that we have. But also recognizing through the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we have committed to environmental assessment modernization. And if you look at the AGCRA Act, that commitment is to be fulfilled by 2024. And already that work is underway internally within our department. And, just seeing the volume of EAs that have come in between 2018 and 2021, the increase, as I mentioned and as I highlighted in my introductory remarks, we know our division, our policy division, is going to be called upon more and more and more to assess these. EA is a tool used to figure out the impacts on the environment, the mitigations that could be taken, the potential impacts of human health. So they're a fundamental, absolutely fundamental in the protection of the environment and human health. And the Class 1 environmental assessment with respect to green hydrogen was the proper way to go. So the specific changes that we made, I just want to address that, clarify the regulatory path for green hydrogen, but they also maintain very high environmental protections and standards, Mr. Chair. And we've also developed a one-window approach and also have dedicated staff to help those involved navigate our environmental regulatory process. And, our team knows that in order to get compliance with regulations, we need to have understanding. And that understanding is facilitated by our great staff, but also along with two new roles that we've created, business relations managers. So just to reiterate, the Class 1 was very comprehensive. A very comprehensive process that was suitable for this particular project, and along the way we've clarified the EA rules as it pertains to green hydrogen. And Mr. Chair, I mean this is Nova Scotia is at the forefront. We are the first jurisdiction in North America to have approved a green hydrogen project. Certainly, I know when I was at COP26 in Montreal, COP15 in Montreal, when I had a chance to meet with other ministers, you could tell they were curious in terms of what developments were taking place in terms of the environmental assessment process. This is a sector that so much renews my faith in tomorrow because it speaks volumes to humanity's ability to adapt to our changing climate, and green hydrogen for export and subsequently domestic use will be a fundamental component in our clean renewable energy strategy moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Is there a component of the Class 1 assessment that involves community consultation?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really pleased to ask this question. The environmental assessment process is it's a key component of my professional life, and early on in my mandate as minister, it became evident that a lot of Nova Scotians don't know much about Class 1, Class 2 environmental assessments. At times, the media, conflates the two. So we put together, my team put together a really good infographic that can be found on the Nova Scotia Environment and Climate Change website that explains the various steps in Class 1 and Class 2. With respect to Class 1 environmental assessment, there is a robust, comprehensive community consultation process. It's a 30-day process. Along with that, once that's completed, all of it's transparent. It can be found on our website. The comments that are put forward by community members are then given to me. In terms of the decision-making process for the minister, that's part and parcel of that process, to review those comments very thoroughly. And along with that, you have Mi'kmaq consultation. Our duty to consult is fundamental. So definitely, I'd encourage the member to have a look at that infographic on the Nova Scotia Environment and Climate Change website. It's really good. It outlines quite well what Class 1 entails, along with Class 2. But absolutely, community consultation is fundamental in any environmental assessment, both Class 1 and Class 2. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, there are growing concerns that the federal climate action incentive payment will be insufficient to offset carbon pricing for most Nova Scotian families, and it has been suggested that a provincially designed program with provincially managed funds could have better allocated the funds to Nova Scotians. Is this something your department considered in its analysis, and can you please provide us with a copy of that analysis?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for purposes of clarity, I'd like to ask the member to repeat the first part of her question.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
There are growing concerns that the federal climate action incentive payment, you may not recognize that, but that's the official title, it's not a title that your government is used to using, will be insufficient to offset carbon pricing costs for most Nova Scotian families. And it has been suggested that a provincially designed program with provincially managed funds could have better allocated these funds to Nova Scotians. So, could you provide us with the analysis that you did that helped you understand the reasoning for not doing this in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Okay, the federal climate action incentive payment, or the pedestrian way, of course, of saying that is the carbon tax. So in the fall of 2021, I engaged in two conversations with Federal Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault over the phone. And in those two conversations, good conversations, very upfront discussions, I outlined the position of the Nova Scotia government, which was no to a federal carbon tax on the consumer side. And then from there, we engaged in discussions in looking at options. So right from the beginning, the federal minister was aware of the Nova Scotia government's position on this. And why was that? Well, certainly you could tell, Mr. Chair, based on the economic projections where inflation was going. Leading economists at the time were saying that we were about to enter a period of inflation not seen since the late 1970s and early 1980s. And I can certainly recall my father telling me about how challenging those times were with inflation, record interest rates at that time. I'm one, and the Premier is someone that believes that policy should never be seen in isolation. You need to see how policy X is going to impact outcome Y. And as a result of that, we were very clear with the federal government that a carbon tax on the consumer side was not the best policy approach for Nova Scotia. Not only for Nova Scotia, if I can say this and be so bold, for the whole country in a time of record inflation. Many, many years ago, the debate on carbon tax was going to be, and I remember these debates going back to the leadership of Stéphane Dion in the mid-2000s when he was the federal Liberal leader and trying to advance this. The idea here is to change and modify behavior. Okay, we get that. Of course, we need to lower our carbon footprint. And often taxation can be used to change behavior. I mean, one just needs to look at the evidence with smoking over the years, right? And the impact taxes on smoking have had on behaviors of people who engage in that activity. And so certainly the market, in our estimation, has done that. The market and its forces has created an increase in gasoline. But guess what? As the Department of Finance has indicated, in this province, people do not change their driving patterns, no matter what the cost is, because people still need to get from point A to point B. They still need to work. So the Premier and I believe Nova Scotians want practical and realistic alternatives to fossil fuels. Practical and realistic alternatives. So from there, we put together the Better Than a Carbon Tax plan, which highlighted our aggressive targets, which highlighted our forthcoming climate plan, which now has 68 goals to lead us over the next 5 years to adapt to the realities of climate change and mitigate its impacts. So throughout the discussions, we were very clear with Ottawa that we will submit a comprehensive plan as an alternative to the carbon tax on the consumer side, which we did in August of that year. Subsequently, Ottawa did not accept that, which I'm of the opinion it is because I think the outcome was like pro wrestling. It was predetermined at the end because they wanted this to be national policy. They wanted this to be national policy. On the other side, the industrial side, Mr. Chair, we put forward a provincial-based, output-based pricing system, which was subsequently accepted by the federal government. And thank goodness, because if it hadn't, and if the federal backstop on the industrial side had been imposed, would have resulted in a 7% increase to ratepayers versus the 1% potential rate increase through a provincially run output-based pricing system. So, since the decision was rendered to impose the federal backstop on the consumer side, the carbon tax, staff in my department have engaged with the federal government, specifically ECCC, Environment and Climate Change Canada, to ascertain the methodology by which they arrived at the rebates in which they're going to administer to Nova Scotia. So, we certainly had our concerns in terms of how they were going to arrive at those rebates. I don't think you had to be a mathematician or a statistician to figure out that in all likelihood there's going to be an imbalance between the quarterly checks that would be, say, given to a family of 4, which I believe is calculated at $248 quarterly, versus what you'll pay at the pump. And, well, lo and behold, not too long ago, just a few days ago, the Parliamentary Budget Office in Ottawa validated, quantified, provided the quants to validate that, yeah, absolutely, Nova Scotia is going to be disproportionately impacted by the carbon tax at the pumps, which will, as of my understanding, when that happens, when the federal excise tax occurs, will result in a 14.2% increase at the pumps and a 17% increase on home heating oil and propane and so forth. Now, let's stop and think about that. You know, this whole time in the legislature, we've been talking about affordability. We've been talking about the importance of supporting Nova Scotians, especially those of low income. Mr. Chair, the most clear and present danger to the affordability to Nova Scotians is the forthcoming carbon tax on the consumer side. Stop and think about that for a moment. A 14-cent increase at the pump. How can anyone in good conscience allow that to happen? The Premier has been clear. I've been clear. We think this is bad policy. Not only bad economic policy, but also very poor environmental policy, especially when we have an opportunity to put forward other alternatives. This is a province that is emerging as a clean, renewable superpower. You see that in the emerging green hydrogen sector. You see that working with us, with the federal government, for the development of offshore wind. You see that with the development of tidal energy, but unfortunately, you know, Nova Scotia is encountering some issues with that, with respect to some of the regulations with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. So we did a thorough analysis. Decisions were made based on facts and evidence and based, of course, on what we believe is the best trajectory for the province within the context of sustainable development. And certainly a carbon tax on consumers in a time of historic inflation is not appropriate. And I would ask the honourable member what her position is on the carbon tax, which will be imposed on this province by the federal government on Canada Day.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, I'm not going to take that bait, Mr. Chair, but I will say that was not actually the question I asked you. The question I asked you was about the rebate, and you did not answer that. So I will move on. This December, this government released a comprehensive climate action plan, which we've heard about several times, with 68 actions, which we just heard about, most of which will require funding to accomplish. We're concerned that regardless of how ambitious the plans may be, without proper funding, they won't be met. So I'd like to ask, can the minister clarify how much will be spent on these 68 actions this fiscal year, the one that has just started? How many of the actions will receive funding? Which of those actions will receive funding?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question to the member. Very important question. Just returning to the notion of the rebates, again, I'd just like to highlight, I mean, this is a federal tax, so any questions on those rebates, since it's administered by the federal government, imposed by the federal government, facilitated by the federal government, those questions are to Ottawa. So I encourage the honourable member to reach out to their local member of parliament. We've certainly tried. The most recent outreach we did to try to figure out the methodology on the rebates was in early March, and we haven't received, and we have a great relationship with ECCC, but we didn't receive any outreach or response on those rebates. So it's a federal tax. Talk to Ottawa about that. Now, with respect to our provincial climate plan, since forming government, we have invested $300 million in climate change initiatives, and these are investments that make a huge impact on the lives of Nova Scotians. Last year, in 2022-2023, the Nova Scotia government invested $53 million from the Green Fund. This fiscal will be investing $41.4 million from the Green Fund. So $34.4 million has been invested towards the climate plan. And in addition to that, as I indicated last night, there's an allocation of $6,994,000 more that will go towards climate initiatives. So absolutely, we have the roadmap. We have a strategic vision over the next 5 years outlined by 68 goals, financed significantly by the government through the Green Fund, which will over time turn into the Climate Change Fund as we transition to our output-based pricing system. I think it's in the book of Ecclesiastes that says, where there's no vision, the people perish. Well, I can tell you there's vision, absolute clear vision, as to where we want to go in terms of climate adaptation and mitigation. Previous governments didn't have that. You know, the last climate plan for Nova Scotia was developed in 2009. And then also the last risk assessment put out was in 2005. So these were huge gaps. And I can tell you in terms of policy development, having that climate plan creates certainty within the government, creates certainty with Treasury Board as submissions come forward, that we can not only say, look, this aligns with ministerial mandate letters, but it also aligns with a plan that we've established for Nova Scotians. And then outside of that, let's not forget, $20 million for the Nova Scotia Nature Land Trust that will go to help us. I mean, this is a real game changer to help us, assist us in meeting our 20% land target. And even there, with that, we're going to get more foundational approaches as we develop our plan for this year to get to 2030 for that 20%. And very, very happy for government to have worked with the Nova Scotia Nature Trust and people like Bonnie Sutherland. I mean, this was significant. And to borrow a phrase from Minister Rushton, talk about a joyous occasion when we had that opportunity in Sackville with the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture and the Minister of Justice to make that announcement, that $20 million investment. And then, of course, the $140 million that was invested by this government for energy efficiency, for the off-oil heat pump program. These are significant investments that will make a big difference in the lives of Nova Scotians, in their day-to-day existence, but also in terms of our climate adaptations. So, in summary, Mr. Chair, this fiscal, we've put $34.4 million towards the climate plan, and $7 million on top of that for a total of $41.4 million. Significant investments this year, last year, for a total of $300 million. Not bad at all in my estimation. And we're just getting started because this is an absolute necessity, climate adaptation and mitigation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So again, that wasn't my question. My question was which parts of the climate action plan are being funded, and I'd love you to table that at some point. What is budgeted for the protection of lakes? Since 2019, as the minister will know, our caucus has been asking this department to take greater action to protect lakes, namely by convening an urban lakes commission and enhancing staffing and resourcing of the department staff who work with lakes. Is this minister, because I know that past ministers have not entertained it, is this minister considering this option, and is the money for this Urban Lakes Commission in the budget? What'd you say? Just joking with that. I don't actually think that you are minister when we asked for the Urban Lakes Commission. It was Gordon.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly, like yourself, as a resident of Dartmouth, lakes are an integral part of our identity. I remember, growing up on Swanton Drive near Bell Lake and learning to swim at Bell Lake, where the famous Abenaki Club is. And certainly, my children, like many other hundreds of thousands of Dartmouth kids, learned to swim on the shores of Lake Bannock. And I can remember swimming there when the Micmac Rotary was still there. And lakes are an integral part of the identity of Dartmouth. But not only that, it's the identity of Nova Scotians. I mean, 9,000 lakes in this beautiful province, and so key in terms of who we are as a people. And when one travels this province, you just see our identity attached. I have very strong connections to Clare, and there's a lake in Clare named after my late wife, Lake Thibault. Like, it's remarkable. Anywhere you travel, families have such strong connections to the lakes and the health and vitality of their lakes. We take such great pride in the health of the lakes. I know that's, as a Dartmouth MLA, I was very honored to steward funding for Lake Bannock, to the Lake Bannock Centre, $3 million for upgrades for accessibility, $1.5 million for the Finish Line Tower. These investments are key to the identity of our communities, and I've certainly, in my time serving, not only as a local MLA for my community, but traveling throughout the province, I just want to highlight how important I recognize our lakes and water bodies are to who we are in this province. Look, we've done a lot of work. I'm extremely proud of my staff. Extremely proud of my staff in terms of the work that they've done to ensure the protection of our lakes. And I want to assure not only residents of Dartmouth but all Nova Scotians that we are taking steps to modernize our regulations that protect our lakes. As I mentioned last night, if a regulation was designed in the early 90s when still a lot of Canadians smoked and they were using typewriters, it's probably time we update our regulations. And I'm very pleased with the work that we're doing. We're developing new sediment and erosion and coastal guidance regulations. We're working with Public Works on new guidance and guidelines for sediment management. We're establishing water quality objectives. We're hiring a second watershed planner starting in about a month. and we're hiring a new water resources data management specialist. All of these modernization approaches will only help protect the health and vitality of our lakes, but also they're necessary. I mean, all change comes out of necessity, and it's absolutely necessary for us to update regulations such as this because the population of this province is growing exponentially. And it's, in many cases, we've won the lottery in Nova Scotia with all this population growth. The unbelievable economic opportunities that will come with that, the unbelievable opportunities that we're going to see as we become a much more multicultural province, much more diverse province. But along with that, we need to make sure we have the proper regulations in place to ensure the protection of what we believe to be our most precious resources, our lakes and our waterways. So certainly, look, I know there's been a lot of questions with respect to an urban lakes strategy. I always encourage communities to work together, to come to my department with their concerns. I truly feel that the greatest way to protect our lakes is to update our regulations, which is what we're doing. We're working to update the sediment that goes into our lakes, the regulations that govern that. So there's a lot taking place, Mr. Chair, and certainly I want to highlight to the member that they can reach out to our department anytime to engage in discussions. I know there have been great engagements in the past with my staff, and I encourage you to do that. And throughout Nova Scotia, I think there are many different community groups that, rightly so, advocate for the health of their lakes and water bodies at the municipal level and the provincial level. Certainly, this was such a priority to me as minister. We had this embedded in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act to update our regulations for the protection of our lakes. So, Mr. Chair, I think there's a lot taking place, and I look forward to updating members and all Nova Scotians once we finalize these regulations.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North, and just a reminder, we go to 6:49.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I can't wait to take one of those regulations and plop it on a blue-green algae bloom and see if that fixes the problem, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. I kid. I understand that some of those regulations are important. I'm going to just change from lakes to the coast for a second. The minister referenced in his opening the circular economy. Is the minister aware of the excellent work being done toward end-of-life recycling for fishing gear, and is there any money in the budget to support these initiatives happening in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I am aware. Certainly, I meet with many different groups that are advocating many different things. We have, of course, the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture with us here. No doubt, this could be a question posed to the minister. And also, obviously, as you know, the federal government is responsible for regulations of our oceans.
Order. That concludes the round of questioning for the NDP. I'll move to the official opposition. I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for being here. Thanks to staff for being here as well, and my colleagues. My first questions, and I'm only going to be on here for part of the time, but my questions are around the spray program of glyphosate. I think the minister might have known that I would have asked about this. Just a bit of a backgrounder. I've written to the minister, spoken to the minister about this, spoken to staff or senior staff in the room. I want to say that staff was exceptionally helpful during the program. Returned all my calls, returned all my emails, met with me. However, I do want to give a bit of context. It shut our MLA office down. We had so many inquiries in August, September. We couldn't get to health concerns like we should. We couldn't get to people that hadn't eaten. We couldn't get to housing issues. It completely shut us down, and we had to hire more staff. So that's the context and the gravity of how important it was to people in our riding, but also the challenges it offered. The spraying was delayed. There were multiple infractions, I don't know the terminology, or challenges where the terms and conditions weren't followed. So rather than, critique and scream and yell from the rooftop, I set up a working group, and it was a few people that had worked on policy and government before, people that knew terms and conditions, people that knew a lot about the environment. We tore the terms and conditions apart. We submitted recommendations, 15 or 16, I believe, and I met with senior staff that looked through those with me. And I think it's fair to say staff agreed that they were common sense, and there was probably a number of them that the goal being not just helping us communicate to the public, but also for staff within the department to make things more clear, give a better PR, and keep people better informed. So all to say, that's the background. I'd like to quickly, just to catch everyone up to present day, this is a letter sent or an email sent to senior staff. As mentioned, I believe the terms and conditions for the spray program should be amended, placing more responsibility on the applicant, offering more clarity to the public we serve, and allowing staff better ability to ensure the process is followed correctly. I then go on to thank staff for their help. I believe that aerial spraying of glyphosate should be considered on a moratorium basis, given the concerns of representatives and the hundreds of constituents that have reached out to our office directly. I believe that the ground application of this product would be in line with our agriculture industry, several other industries, and lead to more economic development opportunities for local workers. Our farm, several farms use this product. I've been clear with the public about that. But I do have to acknowledge that several community leaders and representatives are pushing for either a halt or a hold or a ban. I'll just continue quickly. In the meantime, I believe that if the terms and conditions are not followed, the applicant should not be permitted to modify their application or complete the spray program that same year. As it stands, the applicant is given several opportunities to correct mistakes throughout the process with no perceived penalty or repercussions. This leads to more work for staff, more confusion and anxiety amongst the public, and something my office and I hope your department would like to remedy. So rather than go on and on, just to give a bit of context on that, but I do want to take a piece from the County of Annapolis. They sent the minister, myself, and others a letter. The County of Annapolis, as of November 3rd, 2021, is asking the province to cease issuing permits for aerial spraying of herbicide and pesticide over lands located in the County of Annapolis. My first question would be, will the minister consider ceasing to issue permits for aerial spraying outside of high production forestry zones? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for this really important question and the advocacy and the great work he's been doing in giving voice to these concerns. I have strong connections to Southwest Nova, in Clare specifically, so I know, Mr. Chair, there's been a lot of community concerns in the Valley, in Clare, in Digby County, and obviously our role as elected officials, a key role for us is to give voice to what we're hearing. So I just want to take a moment to commend the member for the work that he's done. It's a testament to what our function is, and because certainly I've heard that as well, and I encourage the member to keep working with the staff in the Kentville office and our staff in inspection, compliance, and enforcement. I know Nova Scotians have concerns about glyphosate. Certainly early on, I think anyone that sits in this chair, there's some common concerns and themes, I think, throughout the years. In point of fact, as many know, it's the federal government that says that this product is safe. They, as the member knows, they make the determination. It's Health Canada, right? On the provincial side, we regulate how it's used, and we're the decider in terms of the approval of programs. I want to assure the member that my staff is closely monitoring what's happening in your, not only your community, but specifically in Southwest Nova, and we're going to be reviewing all the terms and conditions. That is our commitment, because look, a great job has been done here in articulating this. I've directed staff to update, well, to first review and then subsequently update the notification procedures. And, I certainly heard some concerns from residents in Southwest Nova about this. This really came to my attention. Again, it's all pretty authentic. The boys in Church Point go for coffee every morning, and it turned out a notification. They were talking about how a notification didn't go out en français, which got, and rightly so. I mean, there's 7,000 French speakers in that community, and you want to be respectful to their first language. And so certainly we want to, and that's been corrected. That won't happen again. So I want the member to know we're going to be updating those notification procedures, and the team currently is examining that, and I hope to have an update further. And I want the member to know, Mr. Chair, that let's connect. We're going to connect with you further to discuss this. Certainly, I think there's things internally we can tighten up in terms of this being. Of notifications going out, and I want the honourable member to know that there'll be ongoing conversation, not only between him and I, but in terms of our frontline staff who do this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
At first, I didn't know where that was going, if we're going to talk about kids swimming, but I'm happy to hear that certainly wasn't fishing for compliments. More the community is heard. Certainly appreciate the minister acknowledging that he's aware of the issue. One of our 15 or 16 recommendations was to have notification in our second language or in our first language, depending on where you're living. So good to hear that. Rather than go through all the recommendations, I know staff and the minister, or I trust the staff and minister can discuss those, but certainly good to hear that at least one of those will be looked at, and that it's acknowledged that they are common sense and practical, and should save a lot of work for staff. I hope more save some time and energy and anxiety for people I represent and the staff that work with me. So I do want to read part of a letter just to acknowledge the town of Annapolis Royal. This is from the mayor I represent to both the minister and the premier. I won't read the entire letter, but the second paragraph reads as follows. On behalf of the town of Annapolis Royal, I request that a moratorium be placed on the aerial spraying of herbicides until a formal report on the net benefit or net loss of such activity to the residents of Nova Scotia be obtained by requisition of the provincial government. So I certainly acknowledge the comments made by the minister, but I wondered, does the department currently have a report as such? And if not, would the department or is the department and minister considering said report? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly I want to acknowledge that the receipt of that letter and having read that letter, and again just understanding that letter gives voice to I think a lot of concerns that are coming from that part of the province. As the member knows, at the end of the day, it's Health Canada that approves this, that determines its safety. So in the continuing work that'll be conducted on behalf of your office in Annapolis, I encourage you to expand the outreach to the federal government. Certainly, we follow Health Canada's guidance on this, and then on our regulatory side, we approve the programs. So certainly, I encourage the member to continue his outreach. I think expand that to the federal government. But rest assured, we're closely monitoring and internally looking at making the notification procedures much more efficient in terms of communicating to communities when spraying will be happening. But at the end of the day, it's Health Canada that gives approval to this, and of course, just to reiterate, those approvals at Health Canada, like our department, which is regulatory, there's rigorous science-based assessments that are done, and certainly encourage community members throughout Nova Scotia to also reach out to Health Canada if they have concerns, and they can always reach out to us as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I'm already running out of time, so I guess my last question maybe on this topic would be, in response to constituents, I was copied on, I don't know how many, let's say hundreds, plural, letters or emails, but the response included a paragraph. Licensees, these are applicants, are encouraged to minimize the use of herbicide by using innovative practices such as precision mechanical tree planting combined with microsite application of both herbicide and fertilizer. As these and other practices, including those that do not require herbicide, become more commonplace and feasible, they will significantly reduce the required volume of herbicide and ultimately eliminate the need for broadcast application. The department is looking at how it can support industry by researching new practice. So my last question would be around, what are these new practices that the department's considering? Will any of these be implemented before permits are granted in the current season? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with respect to those new practices, those herbicides, certainly this is something, innovation like that, we always encourage industry to come up with those innovations. Certainly, I'd advise the member to speak with NRR, go have a conversation with my twin. I have a better haircut than him, though, and thank you. I think though this is an important question, and certainly I'll encourage my staff to work with you to come up with ideas. But certainly, I think this is something NRR should be looped into as well in terms of a conversation, in terms of new practices and herbicides. And again, obviously, we always encourage innovation from industry if they want to use a new practice and so forth. I mean, we regulate on that side, but as always, we always encourage innovation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Switching gears, something I brought up to the minister last year during estimates was the Arlington Heights dump. The issue is still top of mind for the community. I have talked to senior staff in the room about this, trying to be practical and look for solutions. Would the minister commit, or senior staff and the minister or commit to meeting with the community and myself in the community to discuss this? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so we take all reports seriously. Staff is currently doing a review of that report. And I'll be getting an analysis from staff as to that report. So we have that, and there's an ongoing review taking place. Obviously, for any Nova Scotians, if they have new information, if they have a report that they want us to look at, I want Nova Scotians to know our department, which is regulatory, which makes decisions based on facts and science and the quantitatives. We will look at that. And I understand that the community, the Community Liaison Committee has been reestablished. My understanding, Mr. Chair, is that there'll be the first meeting of that on April 12th. It's my hope as Minister for your community that this will be a great outlet for dialogue. I think that's been missing in this. So to have that CLC reestablished, I think is key. And I'd never miss an opportunity to visit the beautiful Annapolis Valley. So absolutely. Well, I don't know if I'll be there April 12th, but my commitment definitely, because I think you need to get that CLC up and running. But as we get into the late spring, early summer, I'd be honored to visit your community and listen to the concerns of your residents. Certainly, I mean, I remember last year, Mr. Chair, this coming up. Obviously, I want Nova Scotians to have assurance in our regulatory framework. And sometimes that's showing up and being there and answering questions. And so, in the weeks ahead, let's chat and we'll establish a date. And never want to miss a chance to go to a beautiful Annapolis Royal.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Annapolis Royal.
Very good. It'll be nice to see the minister down our way. Nice to hear the Community Liaison Committee. So that was part of my questioning. Again, shout out to senior staff in the room. I don't know if I'm allowed to name drop, but certainly appreciate that suggestion. I knew that committee had stopped working, we'll say, and it's good to hear that there's a date set and they're back working together. And I'd like to be part of that if I'm any benefit of getting a solution. But a couple little specifics, there's been concerns. I forgot for a moment there, I didn't give any context. I forgot that we've been talking about this for a year off and on with staff. But there was concerns about asbestos. It is an asbestos hazardous waste disposal facility in the beautiful Annapolis Valley with a great view. It just doesn't seem to fit in, but I know there's new ownership. I'm encouraged by the new committee. There are some concerns. The minister just alluded to always open to new science and new reports. There is a new report. I believe it was submitted to the department called the Hubley Report. And it does talk about, or it does conflict with the department's stance that the soils are impermeable, which was one of the arguments for why there shouldn't be concern for water samples and et cetera. So this report, the Hubley Report, is contradicting that supposedly. I haven't seen the report, but I guess my question, I guess I'm just throwing that out there to the minister, that there is a report that was submitted and I hope is considered. One last thing on the actual site. Many members of the community, it seems to grow month after month how many people contact me about this, but apparently in December 2022, there's an unauthorized bulldozing of a wetland, 2.5 hectares. I don't know if the minister, could the minister confirm if that's accurate? And if that is accurate, what is being done to address it? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding is that there was an infraction November 2021. As the member knows, charges were laid. However, the most recent update information I have is that this is still going through the court system. Hopefully we'll get some information soon from that system, but currently it is, my understanding is going through the court system. Once we have some information, we can certainly probably relay that to the member.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you to the minister. Again, thank you to staff. Mr. Fuller, thank you very much, if I'm allowed to do that. Yeah. Mr. Cuthbert, if you're listening, he's been awfully helpful. He was the one not supposed to do that. My apologies. So it's already out there, but those two specifically that I have dealt with, and I won't mention, but the latter name dealt with repeatedly through August, September, and like I said, always return calls and emails, and there was no fluff or spin or just straight to the matter, and let's get on with it. So thank you. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, I guess, ask a question that relates to forestry because it came up with my colleague on spraying, but I'm actually interested in one particular part of the Leahy report that relates to the Department of Environment, and that's the requirement for an equivalent of what is a Class 2 environmental assessment. I know the terms of reference were put out to, I think it was a tender back in 2019-ish. I know it was pre-COVID. So a number of years have passed, and we have some, and this was asked to the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables, but as the lead department on environmental assessments, I'm wondering if the Minister can give an update on when that process will be in place to give a more rigorous, more comprehensive process for looking at the landscape before forestry activity is approved, and especially, it was very clear in the Leahy report that there shouldn't be any long-term agreements signed with with groups. And the Port Hawkesbury paper one was signed. The reason was given that there was an option, and I remember this option. They were asking for it for many years for an extension because they could sign it 10 years early. But I think in the spirit of the Leahy report, it's definitely an important recommendation to have that environmental assessment in place so that there is a true independent panel that can look at it in a very public process as opposed to a map viewer that gives very limited access to the public.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for this very important question. I want the Honourable Member to know and be aware that we continue to engage with natural resources and renewables on this very important component. None of the previous work will be lost on this as we move forward. In the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we have the commitment of EA modernization by 2024, and elements of that landscape for forestry will be considered as we look at EA modernization. However, the work is ongoing with NRR, and the work is ongoing for EA modernization. We're just beginning the preliminary work on that. The team is coming together to look at what environmental assessments should look like in the early 21st century. Obviously, within the context of the Leahy report, such a critical report for the future of ecological forestry. So none of the previous work will be lost. It's our intention to keep this at the table as we discuss EA modernization as outlined in ACRA.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just impress on the Minister that is a very fundamental piece to get early on in the process. Let's talk about protected areas and the goal to achieve 20% protection by 2030 from legislation now. Happy to see the inclusion of Indigenous protected and conserved areas and some recent action in that. Definitely appreciate that action. First question, how much have you protected, has the government protected in this mandate thus far? So that I can get a sense on how the progress is going, given that we're at, I think, roughly 13% and we need to get to 20%. In the context of the fact that every 1%, I don't have a good memory for everything, but I do for numbers, and I think 1% of the landmass is about 55,000 hectares. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I'd like to know how many hectares are protected thus far in the goal to reach 20%.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And every issue at my department, whether it's in our ICE division, our sustainability and applied science, our policy, our climate change division, I mean, I'm intrigued by all the issues we're working on. In particular, the land and water conservation goal of 20% by 2030 is something that I take a great interest in. On a personal level, just recognizing just how important our interconnection is with the natural world, how important that is for our mental health. Our 20% goal is a very, very ambitious goal, given the size of Nova Scotia. We acknowledge that. That in itself will present challenges. Myself and Minister Rushton acknowledge that, but we believe we're definitely on a path to achieve that 20% target by 2030. So currently we're at 13.2% land protection in Nova Scotia. And as the Honourable Member knows, in the 28 goals in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we have a very, very strong commitment to land protection. Out of the 68 goals in the climate plan, 5 of the goals are action-oriented to land conservation. And so look, I mean, we've taken action, certainly the protection of Owl's Head. We've also just recently, in the last number of months, in December of last year, as the Honourable Member may recall, we announced 14 new wilderness areas that came out of the 2013 Parks and Protected Plan. And that was an incredible moment. That's where I got to witness firsthand just the incredible work that goes into land conservation, being with people like Walter Regan, being with Bonnie Sutherland at that event, just to name drop two individuals, makes you realize the amount of work that I know the member knows that goes into this at the grassroots. Along with that, the actions we've taken to demonstrate our commitment to land conservation was the investment of $20 million for the Nova Scotia Crown Share Land Legacy Trust. You know, this is going to be a key component as we move forward in utilizing private land in helping us achieve that goal. Along with that, as I highlighted yesterday in my opening remarks, in January, being present in Cape Breton for the Cluescap announcement, and our role within the shared governance model with Mi'kmaq. Yesterday, I referred to that as shared sovereignty. Mr. Chair, I want to take a moment and just that's shared governance, I meant to say, and so that was very powerful moment. So IPCA's, Indigenous Protected Conserved Areas, will be a part of our strategy moving towards 20%. Most recently, I suppose one of the more high-profile stories in the news about protection is Archibald Lake. Archibald Lake is moving forward in the process. We currently are following that process. The socio-economic study is taking place along with consultations with the Mi'kmaq. You know, you realize so much of what we do is relationship centered as elected officials. And you know, when I was at COP15 in Montreal, having time to spend with Minister Guilbeault and chatting with him and other ministers from around the world, you realize how important biodiversity and land conservation is. I certainly don't need to highlight that to the honourable member who's certainly been at the forefront in advocating and taking action when he was in government. We were able to secure $7 million from the feds for a challenge fund extension. So there's a lot happening. Is it going fast enough for some? Probably not, but I can tell you it is pedal to the metal on this in terms of this year, you know, finishing up the 2013 Parks and Protected Plan, establishing what the plan is by the end of this year to get to that 20%. And I believe we can get there. I believe Nova Scotians have such a strong attachment to the natural world that they want to see this happen. So for clarity, the next steps that we'll be taking, Mr. Chair, we're going to complete the 2013 plan, obviously working with colleagues at the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. This year, the Sustainability and Applied Science Division, our Policy Division, are going to develop the strategy for 2023. The process is unfolding for the protection of Archibald Lake, and I hope to be able to have an update in the weeks ahead. And then, of course, finally, I just want to end on what's in the works right now between Nova Scotia and the federal government. In August of last year, the Minister of Natural Resources and I had the honor to go on a hike with Minister Guilbeault and some federal MPs at Blue Mountain Birch Cove, and to announce the intention to make this Canada's first national urban park, along with the announcement of preliminary studies on that. Right now, the provincial and federal government, the Nova Scotia government, is negotiating and working on a nature agreement. So there's a lot happening, a lot of moving parts to this. Along with, if I go back to Montreal at COP, having a chance to meet with Catherine Grenier of the Nature Conservancy of Canada and building a relationship with them, my staff building a relationship with them, and working with them to help us achieve that 20% goal. So there's a lot happening in that division in terms of land and water conservation. I'm very proud of the work being conducted, and we have some pretty big and bold targets to achieve not only this year, but a very big target to achieve by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would say that I think it is doable to reach 20%, but given the trajectory that the new government has been on, based on the average of what I believe is only 9,300 hectares, and some of the places that the minister referenced, while they might be high in conservation biodiversity value, the total hectarages are not even approaching. I think the Minister of Natural Resources gave the figure of 0.3%. So we did that math, that if the continued trajectory of protecting areas continues, then over the even just this mandate, we're looking at another 0.3. So we're not even going to see another 1% protected by the time that we're in another election period. But if we do the 7 years from 2023 to 2030, that averages out to being about 2.1%. So not even close to being where we need to be, around the 20% area. And so I don't underestimate the challenge that the minister has, and I fully appreciate that he's probably working as hard as I was, and it's not easy to get support from even sometimes your own colleagues, where some of these areas are mapped out and have been sitting on the list since 2013. And so the previous government did make I made a commitment when I was Premier that the rest of those lands in the protected areas plan would be officially protected, and so I think that's a good starting point. I know some of them are private and have challenges that they have to be sorted out, but I think at this point, after 18 months-ish, we should be close to designating officially a lot of them, and I think there's close to 100 left in the list. And so I don't have time to go through them all in detail, obviously, but there are some that I'll just put in one question if the minister can give an update on the ones that have been requested for protection as late as January 2023. So there's the Ingonish River Wilderness Area, the Bornish Hill Nature Reserve Edition, Waverley Salmon River Long Lake Wilderness Area Edition, Giants Lake Wilderness Area, 9 Mile Woods Wilderness Area, Isaacs Harbor River Wilderness Area, and Upper Stewiacke Wilderness Area. And these are areas that have been long advocated for a number of reasons, and I would probably suspect the minister has met with groups that understand that. Some of them have had consultation a number of times. Some of them were purchased specifically for protection, so there's a legal obligation to protect some of them. And some of them are in areas that have had some contention in terms of protecting them with municipal councils and stuff like that. And I think those are the challenges that the minister has faced or will face. But it is going to take some courage to see these through the finish line. If the minister can give an update on those specific wilderness areas, if he can commit that they will be protected, would be great to see them protected this calendar year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the honourable member knows, on multiple fronts on this file, on the path to 20% by 2030, there's a lot happening, and there's a lot of progress, and we're doing our best to advance it all. The lands that the honourable member outlined, staff in environment and climate change, and natural resources and renewables, they're actively working on that. And I know the honourable member can appreciate the amount of work that goes into to sites like this. There has to be survey work, research to confirm clear title, just to cite two examples of the type of things that are being done, and obviously addressing outstanding issues. So these are all individual real estate transactions, and as the honourable member knows, wow, a lot of work goes into it. But bottom line is that staff in the Department of Environment and Climate Change and Natural Resources and Renewables are working on completing that 2013 Parks and Protected Plan, along with this year developing the overall strategy to get to 20% by 2030. So at any time, I encourage the member to reach out, go for a coffee, and we can have a chat further about this.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the rest of the list be completed before that 2023 plan comes out for the next 6%? So I think my memory is that it would get us to roughly 14% by protecting the remaining of the list. So is the goal at least to have the completion of the list by the end of this year, so then we start the next round with a clean slate kind of thing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so those two processes are happening in parallel. So we've been clear for quite some time that it's our intention this year to finish up the 2013 Parks and Protected Plan. Along with that work within the division, you have work ongoing with developing the overall strategy to get to 20%. In the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we have that clear commitment in legislation to have that overall strategy to 20% completed by the end of this year. Outside of that 2013 plan also is work that's ongoing with Archibald Lake. As the honourable member knows, that's not on the 2013 list, but the work in that process for Archibald Lake is ongoing. So certainly a lot taking place in that division.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And would the work to try to protect the rest of the list include the addition of the Ingram River Wilderness Area, which is about 4,100 hectares, I believe is what it was, and then also a special management zone, which is an expansion of basically a riparian zone to ensure that there is protection around sensitive areas in the St. Margaret's Bay area. So something that I push for as someone that represents an area that's nearby, an area that people care about, old growth areas, and certainly there's a balance of recreation and some forestry. I think we struck the right balance when we were looking at what lands were the most sensitive for protection, and the consultations I think is concluded. So I hope that that's still intended for protection this year if the minister can make that commitment as well.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I know Ingram is very important to your community. I had the opportunity last spring to visit and had a chance to meet with Mike Lancaster and others. The local MLA took me to the unbelievably beautiful area. And you can see why, Mr. Chair, I mean, folks take such enormous pride in this and the work that they've done with respect to conserving this. I've certainly had briefings on Ingram, and I know staff are doing the background work that's needed, and of course addressing what we heard in the consultations, which the honourable member would be aware of. So look, we're focused on finishing the 2013 Parks and Protected Plan. I'm focused on stewarding the process for Archibald Lake. With respect to the special management zones, I mean, as the honourable member knows, I mean, there's a very much that's over in the purview of natural resources and renewables. But I want to assure the honourable member that that we have ongoing work on this. I've been briefed on this. I've visited the site, and work is ongoing with my staff with respect to Ingram. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect with 10 minutes to go in this round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the same lines of ensuring that we're protecting our land, but in a bit of a different way, in the ECRA Act, there's a commitment to build climate change adaptive capacity and resilience by requiring climate adaptation planning across every government department. I ask that as it relates to the Chignecto Isthmus. Now, I know that Public Works is the funding body that would be looking at spending the money for the dike system there. This should be of the utmost importance to the Department of Environment and Climate Change more than any other department, especially given that statutory obligation. There has been a study that has been around for years, again, back to at least 3 or 4 years, with 3 options, and the most expensive being in the order of $300 million. Now, we know the federal minister have said that there's a deadline to apply for the fund where they would pay for half by July 19th. This is a shared project. I get it. It's complicated. New Brunswick has to be on side. But in the capacity of the minister also being the chair of Treasury Board, given that this is budget estimates, and we would need something in the restructuring fund for this ask, and that we have the ability to leverage that substantial amount of federal funds. I want to ask the minister, has he advocated to get that money approved by Treasury Board and work with his colleagues in New Brunswick to take care of that issue that is long-standing and should be dealt with because it is very sensitive, and all it takes is one drastic storm up in that area where we could have a much different situation to deal with.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and most certainly, I mean, it's recognized by the provincial government. I mean, what a corridor of national importance for the economic vitality of Canada, and obviously for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. As Minister Masland indicated today in the House, she's the lead on this. In my capacity as Environment and Climate Change Minister, I know there is ongoing work with the province of New Brunswick and our federal counterparts to address this. And certainly that work is ongoing. And Minister Masland, I know, is doing a great job in advocating for Nova Scotia and the Chignecto Isthmus. Just with respect to my role as chair of Treasury Board, that position is steward of the process. As the honourable member would know, having served on Executive Council, the departments bring submissions to Treasury Board for consideration. So it's Public Works that's the lead on this, and I'm confident, having attended meetings on this, that Minister Masland and the talented staff at Public Works are doing a very strong job in advocating for the Chignecto Isthmus. However, this would be a massive undertaking, an undertaking that will require enormous federal assistance along with the provinces of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. So I want to assure the honourable member that there's ongoing discussions, and certainly, obviously, within the context of climate adaptation, I certainly acknowledge how critical that is.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect, but just with a suggestion to not go too far into the Treasury Board questions. We're focused on the minister's responsibility as Environment and Climate Change Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the context of that is I know that there's a restructuring fund. I think that that's really widely known as a slush fund. And all I'm saying is that I hope that there is money allocated in that fund. And I know he can't answer that question, but I hope that there's at least $150 million earmarked for that project. I'll end with the Coastal Protection Act 2017 platform. So obviously there was a lot of attention during an election campaign. And then we moved to 2018. There was significant consultation, a launch that I was part of with EAC. It was actually my first interview on Steve Murphy's show that a lot of people watched, so definitely a lot of people knew about the Act. 2019, that Act was passed under Minister Miller, and then more consultation went out into the field to get feedback on what the regulations would look like before proclamation. We know that there is going to be a certain time for exemptions were talked about, flexibility, ensuring that we weren't penalizing anyone that already had a building permit. This is something that a lot of Nova Scotians are asking all of us. I know the minister is probably seeing a lot of emails where people are asking what the timeline is to finally proclaim this act. I think this has been consulted to death. I don't know how much more consultation that really can happen with something like this. So I want to thank the staff, especially John Summers, for the work that he's done talking to probably every municipality across the province that is the closest government to the ground, that has property owners paying taxes into their system. So I'd like to ask the minister, with the short time that I have left, will he finally proclaim the act and ideally have some regulations in place before Mr. Summers retires?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change with about a minute and a half.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just going back to a comment the honourable member made with respect to slush funds. There are no slush funds in the government of Nova Scotia. I just want to clarify that crystal clear. Like I think that's quite offside and unnecessary. With respect to the Coastal Protection Act, a lot of work has gone into this over the last number of years. I'm fully aware that consultations took place in 2018 with the subsequent all-party consent passage of the bill in 2019, and then the consultations that took place in 2021. And out of those consultations, most certainly there's a lot of support for the Coastal Protection Act. We have a lot of support from our municipal units. We have a lot of support from land surveyors and engineers. But in the process of developing the regulations, it became quite crystal clear that coastal property owners weren't aware of the regulations, or they weren't even aware of what the Coastal Protection Act is all about. And I think we'd all agree, I mean, the Coastal Protection Act is making sure Nova Scotians don't build in places that are unsafe. And the Coastal Protection Zone will allow for the building of spots where it's deemed safe. So there's a lot of misinformation that's out there.
Order, please.
And
this hour of Liberal questioning has expired. We will switch gears to the NDP, and I will...
Mr. Chair, can I get an indulgence and just a moment to use the washroom?
Absolutely. We will take a 5-minute break. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. Order, please. We are back in order in the Subcommittee on Supply. We are beginning an NDP hour of questioning to the Department of Environment and Climate Change, extreme close-up. And I will recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to ask about the Coastal Protection Act too. I mean, I don't get it. Honestly, I have family members who have homes on the water. They know, not because of the Coastal Protection Act, but they know that they've got to do things to make sure that their homes don't wash away into the sea. I grew up in Prospect, so like everywhere around me there's homes really close to the water. If somebody owns property with no home on it, that they're planning on building, presumably they would also know not to build near the water, because everyone knows that the globe is warming and climate change is real. I mean, I think everyone knows that. So in terms of the act, why there's been consultation done. The whole process of the bill being passed. We also know that I believe, once the bill's proclaimed, there's a grandparent clause that allows anyone who was, had permits or whatever before the act, a full year. So I'm still not clear as to why we need to do more consultation rather than education. And I know the minister in question period said that the consultation will involve education. But why do we need to hear? Because presumably consultation means we're hearing from the public. And listen, as you all know, I am a big proponent of consultation. But this act has had that consultation and law amendments and all of the things. So I just don't understand why we have to wait longer, especially given that there's a year-long grandparent clause. And Mr. Summers is trying to retire. Can the minister explain why we have to wait? In a short answer.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. It's very important. Just the other day, I met with the Ecology Action Centre, and we had a good discussion on what the next phase of implementation of coastal protection will look like. When I say consultation, to me, that is engaging in a discussion with coastal property owners to make them aware that change is coming. Change that I think is fundamental in the adaptation of Nova Scotia to the realities of climate change. And this is based on the correspondence we've received, questions we've received from coastal property owners that don't understand what this is all about. For a lot of folks, I think, in just the day-to-day lives, they don't have much time to think about these things. And as a result of that, I think it's on government to make sure we engage in an education campaign that that, that will let folks know that the change is coming and this change is necessary. And I think for a lot of Nova Scotians, especially post-Fiona, Mr. Chair, you know, they do recognize that. But human nature being what it is, you know, 8-9 months pass. Sometimes you do forget. Now, I think certainly for some Nova Scotians, for a lot of Nova Scotians, where Fiona impacted their property, they're not going to forget anytime soon. And I know all of us are very, very empathetic in terms of what they encountered. So I've directed my staff to begin to design what an education campaign looks like. And part and parcel of that will also be consultation to receive feedback from Nova Scotians, right? You know, to inform them. This is what the Act is about. The end goal here is not to build in unsafe areas. And we recognize how critical that is for the, you know, the longevity of your property, for insurance on your property, for Nova Scotia even to qualify for federal assistance in terms of relief. So we know how critical this is, and that's why I want to get the buy-in from those that have some misunderstandings of what this is all about. Because what this is all about is making sure we don't build in unsafe areas. And as Minister, I want to make sure we do this properly. As a regulator in a regulatory department, it's evident and it's so clear that in order to get compliance, it's always best to have understanding. So the Coastal Protection Lead has done a phenomenal job over the last while with development of the regs, with consultation with municipal units and engineers, and great work has been done. We need to move a bit more in terms of the property owners and making sure that they understand as we move forward. So the stage we're at now with the Coastal Protection Act is we're actively developing, Mr. Chair, what an education campaign looks like. Change is coming. Here's what the Act and subsequent regulations are all about. Please engage with my department on this, and we'll be looking at many different ways to facilitate that discussion. Possible direct mail-outs, utilization, of course, of social media, websites, going to communities and saying, look, the Coastal Protection Act's been in place since 2019. We've been working on the regulations. This is what it's going to do. Does this make sense to you? Do you understand why we're doing this? And to get that feedback, because it's critical. And look, if you look at our climate plan, if you look at our overall objectives, I mean, I've been clear for quite some time how coastal protection is going to make us safer to the storms that we know that have been occurring frequently, quite frankly, annually, and as a result, we need to adapt accordingly. But the phase that we're in now, Mr. Chair, is to develop what those education outreach looks like, and I hope to have more to update members and Nova Scotians in terms of what that education, feedback, consultation phase will look like with coastal property owners in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, with deep respect, Minister, what I've just heard you say is that you want to take the time to get buy-in, the department wants to take the time to get buy-in, that you want to make sure that owners of coastal properties understand that the Act has been in place since 2019 and the regulations are being worked on, and does this make sense, right? You're talking about a print media campaign, you're talking about conversations about the Act. That all to me sounds like education with an Act that can be in place and proclaimed. So my question is, are you, as the Minister, prepared to change the Act based on the feedback you get? So that is what, because to me, that's what consultation means. Someone says, no, this is not going to work for me, Minister, because my lot is so small that I couldn't possibly put a house on my lot that I paid, $500,000 for. So, I don't want the Coastal Protection Act in place until I get my house built, right? Like, that's what's happening, is it not? So tell me, are you going to change the rules, or is the plan to delay the act until all of those people who have too small properties to build the house they want get their house built? I'm seriously asking this. What is the actual impotence for holding up this bill? Everything you just said was what we said. Just burn and inhale it as much as you can.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. So the legislation's been passed. The work is ongoing with the accompanying regulations. Obviously, as we enter the phase of education and to receive feedback, we're always looking for feedback that will continue to shape regulations to accompany the Coastal Protection Act. So, I mean, we did receive a lot of correspondence with questions about how this is going to operate, and I feel we have a due diligence to ensure that we incorporate that feedback, and we need a formal mechanism to do that, and that's why I've directed staff to begin that process. And I wouldn't categorize this as a delay. I would categorize this as the ongoing work that's required to get the best regulations possible. And I think there's still a lot more work that needs to be done based on the correspondence we've received with questions and concerns about how this is going to operate. As we engage in that process, that education campaign to inform what the Act is about, what the regulations would do, we want to get that feedback. This is going to have big implications for Nova Scotians. I think this is going to be obviously a very positive step in our climate adaptation strategy, but we have still more work to do on this. So that's continuing internally, and in the weeks ahead, we'll be coming forward with an education campaign so that Nova Scotians are aware that the Coastal Protection Act exists, what it entails, and that change is coming. And for so many generations, I mean, we've been a coastal people, and we're going to continue to be a coastal people. It's paramount to our identity as Nova Scotians. So we want to make sure we ensure we get more broader consultations along with education, that this legislation is in place, the work is ongoing with the regulations. Provide us your take on this, because certainly we're hearing a lot in terms of the correspondence coming in terms of what this Act and the subsequent regulations would entail. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm wondering, some jurisdictions in Canada have what's called an environmental damages fund, where there's money collected, well, like for instance, through the Endangered Species License Plate Program. Love to know where that money goes, by the way. Where, for instance, but money collected into a fund. And then there's an open call for applications from different, organizations, community organizations that are doing work for the environment. And, then the money's doled out. Is this something that our department, your department, our government is considering? And B part is, where does that money go from the endangered species license plates?
All right.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Good stuff. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. With respect to license plates, I mean, that's Service Nova Scotia. The endangered species, the money's allocated, that's a special purpose fund over at the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. Last summer I had the opportunity to visit Antigonish. The local MLA, our Minister of Health, took me on a tour of beautiful Antigonish, and I had an opportunity to meet with residents that had been impacted by the floods in Antigonish. And you realize just in such a tangible way how climate change is impacting, how floods impact. We know from the risk assessment, flooding is going to be one of the hazards that Nova Scotians are going to have to contend with. And of course, as we get into the out decades, it's going to be the extreme heat. And just I refer you to the risk assessment for a greater analysis of that. I've always been a believer in the power of local communities. Often, I mean, they are the front line. And whether it's our municipal units, whether it's not-for-profits in communities, whether it's our universities, so as a result of that and the ongoing work, of course, of staff over the years, we embedded in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act something I'm really proud of. It's the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. And this was established to support local initiatives for Nova Scotians, for not-for-profits, for municipal units, for universities, to take local action on climate adaptation and mitigation. Nothing like this has existed prior to this. This is significant, and we've just completed the first round of applications. This is financed by the government of Nova Scotia, but it's administered by a third party, which is the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, which I think has done a great job thus far in administering this. In the weeks ahead, we hope to be announcing our first round of applications. to the, where the money will be allocated to for the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. I think this is going to be a game changer for local communities. And I encourage all members here to go to the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund website because there'll be another round of applications coming forward. And I mean, this is only going to enhance some of the great work that's being done at the local level. I mean, obviously you see in HRM the great work being done at the municipal level through Halifax. You see great work being done in CBRM, great work being done in Bridgewater. Just a couple weeks ago, I met with the climate lead in Digby. Great initiatives taking place in Digby, specifically on Briar Island, and some of the low carbon initiatives they want to take. So obviously, as a leader, when you see great local initiatives taking place like that, well, how does the provincial government, what role do they play? How do they enhance this? How do you support this? Think about a community like Church Point. Université Sainte-Anne has been recognized, I think even by David Suzuki, as one of the greenest institutions in North America. And they did that very much themselves over the past number of years. The solar initiatives that they've taken there. So there's great things happening on the ground. There's a role for the provincial government, a key role to play in helping communities adapt to the realities of climate change. And these are grants that are awarded to not-for-profits, for municipalities, for community groups, universities, from $75,000 to $1 million. So no doubt every MLA here in this room could probably think of 3 or 4 not-for-profits in their area or post-secondary institutions or community groups that could benefit from funding like that. Climate change is a reality that has to be dealt with head on, and it's going to require the ongoing story of humanity, which is the story of adaptation, along with mitigation, making sure we reduce the impacts on our environment, we reduce our CO2 emissions, and we have programming now, along with the subsequent financing, to help local communities. But that's not to say local communities in Nova Scotia weren't doing anything. Travels throughout the province, you recognize our not-for-profits and our municipal units have done phenomenal work, and I commend them for that and encourage them to do that. What Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund does is it inserts the province in a very active role to support local community groups in the climate actions that they take. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I ask my next question, we will be finishing environment at the end of my hour, so I'm wondering how long the minister needs to read his resolution. I don't want you to read it now. I have more questions.
Probably but 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, right.
How about 4?
How about 2? 2 minutes? Is that good?
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
2 minutes.
Great. So 8:47, I believe. Okay. We used to have in Nova Scotia an environmental home assessment program. So think about the efficiency assessment programs that we have that are so beneficial, where people get their home assessed for energy efficiency and then they get rebates. You all know this. But there used to be one where there would be rebates for instance, like upgrading wells to be healthy wells, septic pumps, healthy oil tanks, etc. I mean, if you can use the word healthy and oil tank in the same sentence, but anyway, you know what I mean. So it ended around 2013, 2014. I'm wondering if there is any consideration of bringing back this program.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for a very important question. It makes you realize just how important, local adaptation, individual adaptation is. And, you think about rural Nova Scotia and just how many of our residents are on wells. I mean, I think of my family in Clare, and it's just how it's been, and it's how it's always going to be, right? And making sure that they have the tools available to test their wells, and that's why in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, Mr. Chair, we put a target in there to ensure to help Nova Scotians test their wells. And as a matter of fact, this summer we'll be starting an education campaign to assist Nova Scotians in testing their well water and how important that is. In terms of key investments, I certainly want to highlight, one of the key priorities in climate adaptation, and we've been clear about that since forming government. And I'm quite certain the previous government would agree with this as well. Is just the important role of energy efficiency in helping Nova Scotians adapt to the realities of climate change. And last summer, the Minister of Environment from Newfoundland, New Brunswick, and PEI, and myself, we formed what we dubbed at the time the Atlantic Alliance. And the Atlantic Alliance, I believe, did phenomenal work in highlighting to the federal government just how important it is to work with Atlantic Canadians, the feds to work with Atlantic Canadians on addressing energy poverty. We have a significant amount of Nova Scotians still on home heating oil, which is to remove that from your home. I've done the process. It's a big undertaking, and it's an expensive undertaking. And if we want Nova Scotians to have more energy efficient homes, to individually their homes reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it's critical. And I believe the number 250,000 comes to my mind, that there's 250,000 Nova Scotians still on home heating oil. And so the federal government came forward with a commitment, which they hadn't previously done before, to help Nova Scotians get off oil. And the provincial government, through our climate plan, was able to match that $140 million in December of this year. That's on top of last fiscal, which we invested $57 million because we knew that this was something that was so key for Nova Scotians. So look, I mean, we are doing everything we can, where we can, to support Nova Scotians as they adapt to climate change. Even obviously the $100 million heating assistance rebate program that we increased significantly. I put that in the column of climate adaptation. Certainly heating your home with fossil fuels, this is extremely expensive. And as we make that transition very much is unfortunately at this time indicating that things are very, very expensive. So I know we're all very sensitive to that, to the people we represent, to know that as we transition to clean renewable energy, change is never easy, and it's going to require government investment. It's going to require government involvement. And certainly we'll continue to make those investments because we believe at our core that it's right for Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to my question about will the government be examining an idea like a home environmental assessment plan, I will take that is a big zero no, because the minister did not even address it. Now, he did mention in his comments well testing. Love that idea. We actually have legislation on the order paper about free well testing, because well testing is actually, there is a cost to it. But I wasn't talking about testing wells. I was talking about healthy wells. So you test your well, and then you find out you've got a bad well and bad water, and is there money for someone to get a better well? And same thing with septic pumps. So I will say this. one of a huge threat to our biodiversity in Nova Scotia is straight pipes going into lakes and rivers, rivers. So we know that the LaHave River has been that issue there has been mitigated mostly because of the work of young Stella Bowles. I believe that's her name, Stella Bowles. Sally Bowles is the one from the musical. Stella Bowles is the environmental activist. But there are like straight pipes going into lakes all over this province, and straight pipes in lakes pollute lakes and wrecks the biodiversity of the lakes. And we need biodiversity for climate change mitigation, not just adaptation. And so I'm wondering if the government might consider a program, or has there been discussion about how to get the straight pipes out of the lakes? And so, people need to get, if people have straight pipes, they need to get septic fields and septic tanks, or, a compostable toilet or whatever. I'm sure there's lots of options. Will there be money to help people do that? And does the government think that there is a way to legislate septic fields? That's a controversial question, I'm sure, but I'd like to know if there is. And I guess I'm asking this question, Mr. Chair, because when I understand that the cheapest and the most effective way to reduce our GHG emissions is energy efficiency. I understand that. I learned that a while ago, and I talk about it all the time. But there are other factors around climate change, but also just in general pollution that are harming biodiversity. And like I said, we need biodiversity to help us mitigate climate change. So I'm concerned, and I know the minister understands this, but I'm just going to say this because several times he's, number one, used efficiency as a method of climate change adaptation. And I don't actually think that is, except for the cooling of a heat pump, I don't really think that efficiency is more about hopefully climate change mitigation, because we're trying to cut our greenhouse gas emissions. And I really, really, really hope that we are not at the point in 2023 that we are now prioritizing adaptation over mitigation, because it is not too late. But we have to act very, very quickly. And I hope, and I believe that this government and the amazing minds working in the department who are truly experts in these fields know what we need to do to mitigate climate change and protect the earth from the worst possible results. I know adaptation is important, but I want to hear from the government that mitigation, that he hasn't given up, basically. But also I want to know if there's going to be a program to help people get straight pipes out of the lakes. Thanks.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, just with respect to straight pipes, we have a very, very strong inspection and compliance and enforcement division within environment and climate change. So we regulate on site, and as always, if there are concerns, I always encourage residents to reach out to our local offices, and an inspector will go out to ensure compliance with our regulations for on-site pipes. With respect to adaptation and mitigation, you have in the Nova Scotia Climate Plan 68 goals that deal with both adaptation and mitigation. And let's not forget that in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we have the strongest target in Canada for greenhouse gas reduction, 53% below 2005 levels, and we're well on our way to meeting that target with our emphasis on 80% renewables by 2030. I can tell you around the federal, provincial, territorial table, Nova Scotia, for the work done thus far and the work that we're continuing to do, is seen very much as a strong leader on greenhouse gas reduction. And so absolutely, if you look at the climate plan and our 68 goals to be worked on and achieved over the next 5 years, you have a very, very strong balance between adaptation and mitigation. And certainly when it comes to energy efficiency, mitigation obviously means to continue to aggressively reduce our carbon footprint. We know by installing heat pumps, Nova Scotians are doing a key role in reducing those carbon emissions, specifically moving from oil to a heat pump, and and it certainly also implies adaptation as well. I mean, certainly as I highlighted yesterday, I mean, I know growing up in the 80s in Cole Harbour, and you'd have those Central Canadians come visit the Maritimes, and they were like, "There's no air conditioning here at all," and well, you don't need it because the cool nights that'll cool you down. Well, not so much now. And the climate's changed, so we adapt accordingly, and we also reduce. We mitigate the damage being done. So definitely, if you look at the climate plan, Our Climate, Our Future, Nova Scotia's climate change plan for clean growth, Mr. Chair, you have in those 68 goals a strong emphasis on both, on the adaptation side and the mitigation side. And also, if I can bridge to the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, those two streams are addressed in the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. Money being allotted for programs for adaptation and programming for mitigation as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great to hear that the Minister still believes in mitigation. Is there any specific money in the budget to help develop natural coastlines in the budget?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll refer to the gospel on climate change planning and mitigation and adaptation, our climate plan. Goals 12 to 16, dealing with climate mitigation, address this. So I'd like to draw the attention to everyone to goal number 13, which is research natural carbon sinks to help offset any remaining greenhouse gas emissions needed to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So the work will be ongoing with this. Certainly, those natural carbon sinks are fundamental. I mean, that's why in December, Mr. Chair, we invested $20 million. That's the first investment in over a decade. I think it was a decade. In the Nova Scotia Nature Land Trust, the Crown Land Trust, and because we recognize how important carbon sinks are in the mitigation side and how critical that is. So the work is ongoing for those natural carbon sinks. We've certainly put the money behind the actions for land conservation to help us assist in private land being part of the 20% target for land conservation, and the work is definitely ongoing with that. Keeping in mind, we have 68 goals over the next number of years. And one of them, as the deputy has pointed out, goal 15, to invest in infrastructure and natural systems to manage heat stress, such as tree planting in urban areas or heat pumps, cooling centers, to lower exposure to high temperatures for vulnerable Nova Scotians, and invest in ecosystem-based responses like coastal wetland restoration and help manage flooding. And also, I want to take this opportunity to highlight the work I know the federal government is doing with 2B2, the 2 Billion Tree Initiative. And Nova Scotia will be partnering with NRCan, Natural Resources Canada, to work on that. Our goal via natural resources and renewables is 21 million trees. So there's a lot happening on that, and with natural carbon sinks, the role of planting trees contained here in our climate plan, along with our ongoing work with natural resources and renewables. 68 goals over the next 5 years to guide us and to help set the financial targets for climate adaptation and mitigation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Right, thank you so much. So here's the thing. Natural coastlines are carbon sinks. Coastline and water is carbon sink, but natural coastlines are also important for mitigating coastal erosion. And so there's lots of work being done on, taking away retaining walls and replacing them, like that's been done in Mahone Bay along the coast there and lots of places, but replacing them with natural, like seagrasses and that kind of thing. So that's what I'm talking about, natural coastlines. Yes, again, anything that's green is going to be a bit of a carbon sink. But anyway, I don't want that answer now. But my point also is that, this is why I asked the question earlier about what are the things in the 68 goals, because I know that there's a climate plan with 68 goals. Love it. Really happy about it. But I want to know what budget lines are attached to what goals. So if someone from the department can table that at some point or get it to us, following estimates, that would be great. So I forget why I was going to, sorry, one second. I guess another sort of, yes and of this talking about the climate plan is this. I'm wondering if, because we know the climate plan is great, but we don't have a ton of time, the timelines are large, we don't have a lot of interim timelines. Will the government release a year-to-year plan that explains, on the path to 80% renewable energy by 2030 and the phase out of coal, what proportion of energy will come from what source each year? And I guess I'll leave it there. Year-to-year report.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. I mean, transparency is so key to Nova Scotians. They want to know what's happening. They want updates. Certainly, so a couple things. In the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we've established the annual report, which is issued in July. The first report was under AGCRA was issued in July of 2022. Here's a fun fact. The old act with our legislated targets, EGSPA, the Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act, the previous government stopped doing those annual reports. And so we're committed to doing that. An update on where we're at in the legislated goals in EGCRA. Some of you may recall that report, because we were sitting in the summer in July, you may recall that report in your mailbox. Many of you saw that in your mailbox, so no doubt we'll be getting you copies of that in July of 2023. In July of this year as well, we'll be issuing our first annual report on Our Climate, Our Future, Nova Scotia's Climate Change Plan. We do annual reports on the Green Fund. However, a reminder that we're in a period of transition as we phase out cap and trade and move to OBPS, output-based pricing system. We'll be transforming the Green Fund to the Climate Change Fund, a much more flexible and equity-focused fund. And along with that, my understanding is as we develop the regulations for the output-based pricing system, the work is ongoing with that. We'll be doing an annual report to Nova Scotians on how we're doing and holding our large emitters accountable. Just a reminder, of course, that in that system there'll be 3 mandatory participants, Lafarge, Nova Scotia Power, and the Donkin Mine. And as of April 1st, my staff has received, that was the cutoff date for the non-mandatory participants in that. And in the weeks ahead, I should be having a briefing on that from staff. So look, Mr. Chair, there's a lot of accountability and transparency mechanisms built into the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, in the Climate Plan, in the Green Fund annual reporting, which will subsequently transform into the Climate Change, the Nova Scotia Climate Change Fund annual reporting, and the reporting for the output-based pricing system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North with approximately 10 minutes left.
10?
10.
Oh, because of the break. Okay. Great. So we know that, in order to do all of the things we need to do to reduce emissions, we're going to need a lot of workers. We need people to install solar, and we need people to install heat pumps, and we need people to insulate, and we need people to be efficiency assessors and all that kind of thing. We also need bus drivers. We have a massive shortage of bus drivers, and we know that public transit is essential to meeting our climate goals. Driving buses, at least for instance, in HRM, they're good, equitable green jobs, and they allow for healthy and safe communities. So I'm wondering if there is any money in the budget for a labor market strategy for all of the jobs that we will need to meet our climate goals.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate the question. I mean, we're talking about how critical the transition is to that clean economy, ensuring the labour force has the necessary skills to navigate that, to make sure our youth navigate this as well as effectively as possible. And I say navigate, it's the transformation that we're undergoing to clean renewable energy and the economic opportunities that will accompany that. Most certainly, these are conversations I've engaged with the Minister of Advanced Education. I've certainly had great discussions with NSCC President Don Bureau about the role of post-secondary institutions. Most certainly, I've had great conversations with the King's President, Professor Bill Leahy. Professor Leahy is someone that doesn't need any introduction. He's been a great source of advice for me in terms of the clean economy and where we're going in the future. Along with that, making sure our youth, it's really important to me that our youth have a very formal role in this transformation to the clean economy. And as you'll see in the climate plan, you know, empowering youth through a formal youth council is one of the goals in which we will achieve over the next 5 years. With the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development, I'm very pleased to hear that there's progress on a new course on sustainable prosperity for grade 12, I believe it is. That'll be an option for our young Nova Scotians to learn about sustainable prosperity, to learn about clean growth, to learn. So you'll have a crossover from grade 11 Mi'kmaq studies into this course, learning about the concept of Neduglamik and how critical that is. Just recently, it was announced that the provinces of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI, their respective departments of education, Mr. Chair, are working on the electrification of their school bus fleets. So this is what the climate plan does. It gets things moving cross-departmentally. It has all government departments looking at policy through a climate lens. So there's incredible work ongoing in our post-secondary institutions, as the member would know, in terms of preparing for not only the jobs of the future, but the jobs of here and now. And you know, as a regulator, you know, just meeting with different proponents and listening to their ideas, whether it's for battery storage, the future of wind power, onshore, offshore, the unbelievable potential of tidal power, the unbelievable potential for export for green hydrogen, and the subsequent domestic use of that. I remain very optimistic that tomorrow will be a better place for the next generation of Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
How much time?
You have 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, I'll ask a short snapper so the minister can read his resolution. Does the minister agree that we should not be developing housing on wetlands or forests, in forests? I'll end with that.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the regulator, the environmental regulator, my power, the power and authority for any Minister of Environment derives from the Environment Act. And my function as the regulator is to be the steward of the process. I can assure the honourable member, as it pertains to wetlands or anything pertaining to the environment, you know, the team at Environment and Climate Change ensures compliance to our regulations and to our laws in Nova Scotia, and certainly we. You know, we follow all the requirements, and we do our absolute utmost to ensure, Mr. Chair, that proponents in this province know what the requirements are, and on the inspection and compliance side, to ensure that they're following those requirements. In the bigger picture of Nova Scotia, we are entering a period of unprecedented population growth, the most growth we've seen since the early 20th century. As a regulator, I believe at my core that we can responsibly and sustainably grow this province so that we will be, as the Premier said, in 10 years' time, a global, national, clean, renewable superpower in Confederation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right. Good to go?
I will, if the NDP are okay, I will offer the Minister some closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, when I was teaching, I used to conduct 80-minute classes, so I love to chat, I love to engage. I've really enjoyed the last number of hours to talk about something I'm very passionate about, the protection of our environment and our ability to work together for a clean, renewable future. I'm very optimistic for the future of this province. We have a lot going for us. We have very strong environmental regulations. We have, Mr. Chair, a very strong climate plan, a very strong piece of environmental and climate legislation to guide us for the next number of years. And all of this could not have been achieved by one person. I want to sincerely thank the Deputy Minister of this department. I want to thank our executive directors. I want to thank Mr. O'Brien for the great support over the last number of weeks as we prepare for the budget. And of course, the phenomenal staff, the over 300 professionals, talented professionals who do so much to protect Nova Scotians each and every day from environmental impacts and to protect human health. That being said, Mr. Chair, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $40,445,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Environment and Climate Change pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Yes. The resolutions are stood. We will take a quick recess while we get set up with the next set of estimates. We're now in recess.
Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 9 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture as outlined in Resolution E10. E10 reads, resolved that a sum not exceeding $16,633,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture to make some opening comments of up to 1 hour. And the Minister, you may take the opportunity to introduce the staff that you have at the table. And after the 1 hour, we'll get into the questioning, okay? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. I'm happy to join you here today in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. And I also want to recognize 400 years of contributions made by African Nova Scotians in our province. With me today are Deputy Minister April Howe and Jody McClellan, Executive Director of Fisheries, as well as a team, a family of Mike O'Brien, Executive Director of Finance for Fisheries and Aquaculture, Adam Ergich, Acting Director of Marine, Michelle Blinn, Director of the Atlantic Fisheries Fund, Jason LeBlanc, Director of Inland, Carla Buchan, Director of Aquaculture, Leslie O'Brien Latham, Executive Director, Policy and Corporate Services, Sean McDonald, Director of Sustainability and Environmental Advisory Services, Kim Forsyth, the Director of Business Development, and Loan Board, Brennan Gorham, Director of Crown Lending Agencies, Department of Agriculture, and my Special Advisor, Ryan Kelly. And this is a great team, and I am here to tell you that we live in a great province with excellent fishery and aquaculture resources and responsibilities and opportunities. And there is such potential for growth in world trade and sustainable expansion of the seafood industry. I'm happy to report that the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture's work to promote the growth of Nova Scotia's seafood industry is strong. I want to share and start by saying that Budget 2023 helps move our province forward. It's investing in healthcare, as you know, and has been said many times, and many more things that are important to Nova Scotians. And yes, our top priority is healthcare, and our government has a real plan to address it, because that's what Nova Scotia families need and deserve, and because healthier people are the foundation to a strong economy. And that strong economy, in turn, helps us pay for healthcare. My department supports a sector that's a leading contributor to the health of Nova Scotia's economy, the health of our rural and coastal communities, and the health of our people. The fisheries and aquaculture sector includes fish harvesters, processors, buyers and sellers, and all aquaculture businesses that grow and sell seafood. Seafood is Nova Scotia's #1 economic advantage. It is our province's largest export, and it makes Nova Scotia the top seafood exporter in Canada. The department has an overall estimate budget of $16.6 million in 23-24. I'd like to give you a little bit of an overview of the sector and its unparalleled value. The industry is a leading contributor to the health of Nova Scotia's economy and our communities and people. It is the world economic driver in rural coastal communities. It's part of our heritage. It must be part of our future. Our economy relies greatly on seafood. Despite continued challenges from COVID-19, our seafood industry continues to thrive. It was talked about earlier about perhaps the decline in some of the GDP in our exports, and I have to tell you that in 2022, our exports were $2.6 billion, a 4% increase over 2021. Our fishing and aquaculture industries, they employ about 19,000 people. And there are thousands more in supporting industries. There are strong ties to other sectors such as boat building, tourism, transportation, post-secondary, and other manufacturing. Fisheries and aquaculture are important to Nova Scotia's rural economy and to our coastal communities, and they are important to the growing need to address food security in our province. As I mentioned, they've grown to reach in the export market of $2.6 billion, and they continue to get stronger even after the negative effects of COVID in 2020. And despite the recent challenges, Nova Scotia remains the #1 seafood exporter in the country. Fish and seafood products are also Nova Scotia's largest export commodity, in 2022 accounting for 39% of the province's exports. Lobster is by far our biggest seafood export at 53% and $1.3 billion last year. The fishery is also the largest freight customer at the Halifax Stanfield International Airport. Lobster represented 91% of exports through the airport in 2022 and $293 million. Rounding out the top 5 exports were crab at 13%, or $346 million, scallops at 8%, that's $202 million, shrimp 6%, $158 million, and halibut at 5%, or $129 million. The exported value of these 5 species made up 83% of our fish and seafood exports. Now, where did we sell these? Well, the U.S. The U.S. was at 47%. They are by far our largest export destination. China was at 25%, and the European Union is at 12%. The rest were destined for other Asian markets, most notably South Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, and Vietnam. Nova Scotia seafood is a staple in more than 60 countries around the world. Clearly, our economy depends on seafood. New and value-added products will help drive expansion in key markets. Innovation is the key to continued growth in this industry. Collaboration is extremely important between industry, governments, and educational and research institutions. It was mentioned the other day in a conversation that this has to be one of the most complex areas and portfolios in all of government. Aquaculture is the fastest growing food production method in the world. It is essential for food security and a key growth opportunity for Nova Scotia. It's an important economic contributor for rural, coastal, and Mi'kmaq communities. The value of aquaculture production in 2021 was $82.9 million. Atlantic salmon is our leading aquaculture species, accounting for 83% of all production. In 2021, Atlantic salmon brought in $68.6 million. Further development of low-impact, sustainable aquaculture industry is a priority for my department. With that goal in mind, we recently completed a review of the aquaculture regulatory framework. The Nova Scotia Aquaculture Regulatory Advisory Committee engaged key stakeholders such as industry and municipalities. The committee also provided a forum for all Nova Scotians to have input on this regulatory improvement. There were 988 survey responses. The review found that the sector's current regulatory framework is a good foundation. There were 17 recommendations put forward for improvements, and the report from the advisory committee was released just a few short weeks ago on March 17th. And I accepted the report, and the department is moving forward with developing a plan to implement the recommendations. So I did say that I accepted the report. I also accepted those recommendations. This year, we're moving forward with regulatory improvements, opportunities for public input, transparency, and science-based decision-making for this important sector. We will continue the work to have a modern licensing process that places much weight on the environment. Updated provincial regulations must also consider animal welfare. fish health, and pest control for product sale and use. Aquaculture is important to food security, economic development, job growth, and growing success of our seafood exports. In addition to regulatory improvement, we will help aquaculture grow sustainably. And we'll do this by continuing this year to develop a coastal classification system. It is a tool that will map and evaluate areas around Nova Scotia that may be suitable for marine finfish aquaculture. The Independent Aquaculture Review Board has an important role in this sector. In the fall of 2020, the board held its first hearing to rule on 3 applications for new marine shellfish sites. Aquaculture, as you know, covers finfish, it covers shellfish, and also sea plants. In 2021, it held a hearing to rule on an application to amend a marine finfish license and is preparing for a hearing for 3 new marine shellfish sites in the spring. I have expanded the membership of the board to support more efficient scheduling of hearings, and I look forward to the board and the regulatory review recommendations to continue taking steps to help improve public trust and investor confidence. Growing Nova Scotia's aquaculture industry will help secure a healthy economic future for our coastal communities. It is an opportunity for people to build good careers and raise families here. It bears repeating that we are committed to the growth of an aquaculture industry that is environmentally sustainable. I'd like to talk about fish buyer licensing. There is also work being done updating and improving fish buyer and processing licenses. We need a fair and modern licensing policy in Nova Scotia, one that supports the current seafood industry, one that inspires investor confidence and generates economic returns for fishing communities. We'll focus this year on bringing in modern framework for a fair, open, and competitive market. Our approach will improve regulations, reduce red tape, and support the growth in this sector. Well, just last Saturday, we opened up the fishing season here in Nova Scotia, and sport fishing is a beloved pastime with a long tradition here in Nova Scotia. It's a healthy outdoor activity that is very important to our rural economy. The sport fishery contributes about $70 million to our economy each and every year. There were record participation rates in 2020 and 2021. And last year, license sales continued to be strong. Nearly 70,000 fishing licenses were issued in 2020. During the height of the pandemic, fewer visitors were able to come and enjoy the sport fishery. Visiting anglers spend, on average, twice as much money on sport fishing-related activities than Nova Scotian anglers. We want more of those people in. That's why this year we will further develop the Nova Scotia sport fishing strategy. It will help us continue to market sport fishing to attract more visiting anglers. This budget includes an additional $200,000 to support growth in this industry. Half of that money will improve the 3 provincial hatcheries that stock our lakes. You may not have realized it, but the province owns 3 fish hatcheries. The other half is permanent funding to help make sport fishing more accessible and support our marketing efforts to grow and develop the industry. To improve accessibility, we'll partner with community organizations to upgrade existing barrier-free sport fishing sites. We'll also work together to develop these sites. Our beautiful province has many world-class sport fishing opportunities. There's trout, perch, and bass in fresh water. And in coastal areas, there are marine species such as tuna and striped bass. In addition, our provincial hatcheries stock as many as 400 lakes each year. They stock up to 1 million brook trout, Nova Scotia's official fish, and some locations are also stocked with rainbow trout. Sport fishing is one of the most popular outdoor activities in Nova Scotia, and the season just opened, as I mentioned, April 1st. Licenses are really easy to buy. They can be purchased at a vendor or a local natural resources and renewables office across the province. And you can get a copy of this year's Angler's Handbook, either in print or online. It summarizes the regulations, sport fishing regulations for Nova Scotia, and has lots of useful information about our programs and initiatives. This year, the cover of the Angler's Handbook features Kate Sharon of Lunenburg. Now, I don't know if she's gone, Minister of Economic Development, but Kate is a professional fishing guide, sport fishing ambassador, and a mentor for women in sport fishing. I recently had the honor of sitting down with Kate and her husband Scotty Sharon for lunch at the 93rd Annual Convention for the Federation of Anglers and Hunters. Earlier that day, they were part of a session on the importance of mentorship in sport fishery. And thanks to the dedication of Kate and others like her to programs like 50-50 on the water and Atlantic Women on the Fly, a growing number are indeed sport fishing. Opportunities are being created for more Nova Scotians to enjoy this outdoor pursuit, and the future is bright for our sport fishery. The salmon sport fishery is very important in Nova Scotia. This includes opportunities along the Northumberland Strait and in Cape Breton. Our world-famous Margaree River is one of Nova Scotia's 2 designated Canadian heritage rivers. The other, if you're asking, is the Shelburne River. Since 2006, the Department's Atlantic Salmon Enhancement Program has provided supplementary stocking in selected rivers in Nova Scotia. Over the last 15 years, 11 different rivers have had their fish populations enhanced with salmon fry, par, smote, or pre-spawning adults. More than 2 million Atlantic salmon have been stocked in the Margaree alone. An additional 400,000 salmon eggs were collected in the Middle Bedeque and Mabou rivers, and in West River Antigonish in 2021. These salmon will be released back to those rivers this fall. The program is possible through the support of 2 provincial fish hatcheries, so the Margaree Fish Hatchery in Cape Breton and Fraser Mills Fish Hatchery in Antigonish County. Many volunteers also contribute to our enhancement programs. We continue to work alongside Fisheries and Oceans Canada and community groups on salmon conservation and habitat restoration. The Nova Scotia Sport Fish Habitat Fund was created in 2005. It provides funding for habitat restoration projects throughout Nova Scotia. It supports about 20 organizations under the Nova Scotia Salmon Association Adopt a Stream program. Altogether, their work has restored more than 2.6 million square meters of trout and salmon habitat. Money is raised through a levy on fishing licenses, and to date, anglers have contributed $5.2 million toward this program. Didn't say a word all day, and now my throat's dry. Food security. Fisheries and aquaculture also have a role to address challenges now and prepare for the future of our provinces. I said at the outset that the sector is important for the health of our people. It provides a local, healthy protein for Nova Scotians from one end of this province to the other. And that's more important now than ever. Food security is an issue around the world and here at home. Aquaculture and our traditional fishery address crucial social and economic issues, from food security, employment and value-added food production, to maintaining essential services in rural and coastal communities. Most of what we eat here in Nova Scotia is transported here from out of our province. World events such as the pandemic and the Russian invasion of the Ukraine are having an impact on us. Transportation costs have risen sharply, and supply chain delays have been a real challenge. Growing our own food and reducing the amount of food we import makes us more self-sufficient. It also helps improve our food security. COVID-19 has shown that we need to produce enough food as a province to feed our families and communities in case of emergencies. Our changing climate also means we need to adapt to make sure we have food security well into the future. And to achieve this, we need a strong seafood industry and a commitment to buying local. I'm proud of the role seafood plays in supporting and encouraging local food consumption. Our government's goal, in partnership with Nova Scotia Loyal Program and the Department of Agriculture, is that by 2030, 20% of the money Nova Scotians spend on food will be spent on locally produced food. This goal not only helps put affordable, healthy food, local food, on Nova Scotia tables, it also helps our seafood industry thrive. This is our main goal in this department, and that is why we're supporting the Nova Scotia Loyal Program. The Department of Economic Development is leading this initiative, and the Department of Agriculture is a key partner. The work is in the development stage, and I look forward to supporting Buy Local in our province. Let's talk a little bit about climate change. To help our sector thrive, we also need to help it be resilient in the face of climate change. As a department, our focus includes the environmental legacy we are leaving for our future generations. That's why we are working in partnership with the seafood industry to improve their ability to adapt to and reduce the impacts on climate change. Climate change is one of the most important issues facing us as a society. Recently, the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change released its latest report, continuing its call for urgent climate action. Hurricane Fiona was a stark reminder that our coastlines and our coastal industries are vulnerable. It is crucial that we take action. We need to reduce the impacts of climate change as much as we can. We need to adapt to what we can't change. Our small department, and it is a small department, is doing big things to help the seafood and the sport fishing industries with these challenges. Fisheries and Aquaculture has several actions in the climate change plan for clean growth. This year, we'll launch 2 new funds to help industry adapt. There is an Energy Efficiency Innovation Fund and a Climate Change Adaptation Fund. We will also expand our on-site energy manager program. It helps make processing facilities more energy efficient. It's already helped seafood companies save 3,300 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions and 464,500. Let me re-say that. 464,500 in operational costs. So 3,300 metric tons, that's about like taking 7,000 cars off the highways. That's what that equates to. With new funding this year under the climate plan, we'll expand this program to more businesses in the fisheries and aquaculture sector. We'll enhance this work by pursuing federal funding programs that improve environmental and economic sustainability. Some of the investments we'll make include doing vulnerability assessments and installing green energy technology in our own provincial hatcheries. This includes modifications to our Fraser Mills hatchery to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Being in government doesn't make us immune to climate change. And we'll continue to support proposals, programs, and policies that help our province's overall response to the challenges of climate change. Talk a little bit about funding. We've got the Atlantic Fisheries Fund. So thriving in the face of climate change and other challenges requires innovation. That's why we're a partner in the Atlantic Fisheries Fund. It's a cost-shared partnership with DFO and all Atlantic provinces. $421 million from the fund was announced in 2017 to support growth through innovation in the fish and seafood sector. Nova Scotia's total investment over 7 years is $38 million. As a result, additional funding from the federal government is leveraged to support projects in our province. I will tell you with no shame that if I can take federal dollars and invest it in Nova Scotia, I will do that. And we do that in a big way. This fund helps companies assess equipment and technologies and improve productivity. It's helped industry create economic opportunities by focusing on product quality and value-added processing. Some companies are adopting systems to track more information about seafood through the supply chain and better meet market demands. This helps our industry continue to provide top-quality seafood products here at home and around the world. Partnerships with a number of industry associations have allowed the fund to reach all regions and sectors in the industry. I'm pleased to report that the uptake has been strong. Since 2017, Nova Scotia has received nearly 530 applications for various projects, and more than 325 applications have been approved. That represents $99 million in fund commitments. And the fund has invested more than $168 million in the Nova Scotia seafood industry since it began. Projects have been approved in strategic pillars of infrastructure, innovation, and science partnerships. And funding has gone to the harvesting and processing sectors of the wild commercial fisheries, as well as aquaculture sector. We'll continue to help manage the Atlantic Fisheries Fund in partnership with our federal colleagues until its expiry in 2024. There is broad support from government partners and the industry to continue a similar funding program, and we are working with the federal government and our colleagues in Atlantic Canada to see that that happens. Sort of makes my voice crack. DFO recently announced it's renewing its Fisheries and Aquaculture Clean Technology Adoption Plan. This is a national fund that supports Canada's fisheries and aquaculture industries to improve their environmental performance. We've leveraged this fund in the past and look forward to leveraging more federal funding in the future. Our goal is to help the seafood industry continue its investments in equipment, technology, market development, and addressing climate change. Let's talk about labor. While such programs help the seafood sector innovate and grow, labor is an ongoing challenge for our industry. In some cases, it's severe, and it's limiting possible processing. Our department continues to champion this issue with other provincial departments and the federal government. As a member of the Labour Working Group led by Nova Scotia Fisheries Sector, we work directly with industry to help address the labour shortage. And we're working with the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration to support people immigrating to Nova Scotia, to help provide placement opportunities in the seafood industry. We're aiming to improve worker recruitment and retention. Industry makes use of the Federal Temporary Foreign Worker Program to get the workers needed to process our world-class seafood. In 2022, more than 150 temporary foreign workers were employed in Nova Scotia's seafood plants, and we'll continue to support the industry efforts as they work with the federal government to improve the program. In the House today, I recognized Fisheries Company. Member from Clare would know that actually went above and beyond to treat somebody who and their family coming to Nova Scotia to work, and they're to be commended for that. And a number of companies throughout the province that I've traveled and spoken with do the same. So it's required, and I have to say that industry is stepping up and government is there to help. Let's talk about the student bursary program. Another way to attract new workers is by engaging students in our sector. The student bursary program creates an employment connection between seafood employers and the students. It provides $750 and $1,500 bursaries towards education fees for students. In 2022, we transferred the management and promotion of the bursary program to the Nova Scotia Fisheries Sector Council. They have a mandate to support worker recruitment efforts. Their existing relationship with seafood employers will help promote the program to current and prospective student workers. The Sector Council was the initial manager when the bursary program began as a pilot a few years ago in 2019. Since then, 260 bursaries have been awarded to students in Nova Scotia. Last year was our most successful year to date with 106 bursaries worth about $106,000. We look forward to continuing a working relationship with the Sector's Council. As students further their education, we're hopeful that they will build a positive, lasting connection to the seafood sector and consider making it their career. Since becoming minister a short 19 months ago and traveling and learning about this industry, we have people who are scientists, we have people who are veterinarians, we have people who are electricians, we have people who are MBAs, we have people who are general laborers. We have so many people. It goes back to the nearly 19,000 people I mentioned earlier who work in the sector throughout all disciplines. There is work in the sector, and we want people to know that. Around this table, I can tell you, other than maybe one or two, the extent and the depth of the fisheries sector in this province is staggering. And until I got in this position, I had no idea, and I've been on this earth and here in Nova Scotia for 68 years, and shame on me. But that's no longer. Let's talk a bit about international marketing. A strong seafood industry includes growing the significant seafood exports I talked about earlier. We do a lot of business internationally. Our industry ships premium seafood such as lobster, shrimp, snow crab, and oysters to more than 60 countries. So international marketing is very important. We have been actively promoting and marketing Nova Scotia seafood companies and their premium products both in Canada and globally. Our award-winning Nova Scotia seafood brand is used to promote our seafood products around the world. It gives us brand recognition in global markets. Along with our Atlantic seafood partners, we have participated in several international promotions. So these include things such as export cafes, seafood product showcases, and digital marketing campaigns. Last July, we were a sponsor of a parent-child cooking competition that's held annually in Osaka, Japan. The televised event featured two family teams that prepared original Canadian-themed recipes. These recipes use Canadian food ingredients, including Nova Scotia lobster and snow crab. One of our most recent Nova Scotia initiatives was a retail and e-commerce promotion in our second largest export market, and that would be China. This promotion involved Yongwei Superstores, one of the largest grocery store chains in the country. The grocery chain operates more than 1,000 stores across China, with locations in 29 provinces and nearly 600 cities. Our in-store promotion in these supermarkets ran from December to January, leading up to Christmas and the Chinese New Year. It resulted in the sale of more than 877,000 pounds of live lobster from Nova Scotia seafood companies, valued at $15 million. And we hosted the Nova Scotia Business Networking reception for more than 350 people during the Seafood Expo North America in Boston last month. Attendees included international seafood buyers and industry leaders. A very key component of our international market strategy involves diversity and diversification. We do this by exploring new and emerging markets. Diversifying our export markets, sales distribution channels, and product offerings is also a priority to help reduce market risk. While the United States and China remain important markets, the EU and other Asian markets represent the best opportunity to diversify markets and grow our exports. These efforts have included increasing opportunities in markets where Canada has a competitive advantage through trade agreements. Trade agreements in the Indo-Pacific region help create conditions for further exports. Rising consumer demand for seafood also means an advantage for our industry. These markets are opening new opportunities for Nova Scotia companies to sell our premium seafood. Value-added products are an opportunity to help meet growing demand worldwide for seafood. Battered fish and seasoned products come to mind when we think about value-added processing, and there is potential for our industry in these areas. Sustainable seafood is another way we can help create new products and reach new global markets. Trade missions to Europe and Asia are among our initiatives. In these countries, we meet with governments and international seafood businesses. We also work with other industry partners to promote Nova Scotia seafood businesses and their premium products. Trade missions are also an important way to showcase our industry and their premium quality seafood. So, for example, new business relationships have developed during and since the recent Asia mission. I am now looking forward to hosting a delegation of seafood businesses from Thailand and Vietnam later this year. In the EU, Spain is one of our largest markets. Last year, Air Canada Cargo produced up to 3 flights per week to Madrid, and that's based on demand. Seafood Expo Global in Barcelona, Spain is an important industry event and the largest seafood trade show in the world. I look forward to going to Barcelona in a few weeks to continue to support our seafood businesses and maintain and build new business relationships. And we'll host international buyers and our seafood companies at our Nova Scotia Seafood Business Networking reception. By looking further afield internationally, we're also keeping our focus here at home. As Canada's leading seafood exporter, we'll continue to maintain and diversify Nova Scotia's seafood presence in international markets. We look forward to serving and promoting the very best interests of the fisheries and aquaculture in this province that we call home, Nova Scotia, in the years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now finished my opening remarks.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that is developed in the legislature, we will take turns with questionings back and forth, beginning with the Liberal caucus for 1 hour and then switching to the NDP. Just a couple bits of housekeeping. Only the minister is allowed to answer questions. He is permitted to consult with his colleagues, but only the colleagues that are sitting at the table. If you want to swap out colleagues to get new information, feel free to do so. But with those little bits of housekeeping, I'm going to begin with the Liberal caucus at 9:38, and I recognize the honourable member from Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for being here and answering questions and all the staff. The Fisheries Department, it might not be the most exciting portfolio, but I'd argue it's one of the most important ones for our province, honestly, especially for rural Nova Scotia. So it's a pleasure and privilege for me to be here to ask some questions. So I'm going to start questions around the lifting of the moratorium. Maybe just dig into that a little bit. So from everything I've been hearing, the minister is looking at lifting the moratorium on buyers and processing licenses. It's been in place since, 2018? I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on the thinking of the department on how they came to that decision and what they're trying to achieve by lifting that moratorium.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Member for Clare, for that question. And first of all, decision has not been made as to what it will look like, the lifting of the moratorium. The decision to lift the moratorium is absolutely being made, but what that looks like is yet to be determined. How did this come about? Well, as you mentioned, in 2018, the former minister put a moratorium in place that would not allow for the issuance of a buyer's license. So a fish harvester comes to the wharf, and until they get to the wharf, that is all under the Department of Fisheries and Oceans responsibility, the total allowable catches, what they can catch, the licensing, and so on. Yet they need to be able to sell. And our department license buyers and processors as well. The decision was made at that time, as I understand it, to review the policy. When I got into the seat, I said, how long does it take to review a policy? And made the decision right then and there that we were going to not go through another administration without a policy review. I could go on, and out of respect for the two members here, I'm not going to go into a lengthy background on a lot of these things, so you can get in more questions. No decision has been made yet, but certainly we are modernizing the policy. It's going to be fair. It's going to be modern. Have been working with different groups, harvester groups, processing groups, and others. There are people who agree that the laissez-faire, open it up approach should be there. There are others who say, no, I like it the way it is, all right? And the moratorium, some people have come to think, is the policy. And that's not because it's been around for a bit. So we are going to consult more, with a little bit more with industry. We're going to talk and consult with the Mi'kmaq as well, the Indigenous people here in the province, and come up with a decision as to what that will look like. Fundamentally, it was put in place to take a pause and develop and modernize a policy. That's what we're doing. We intend to have that done this year. And the other thing, and by the way, I'll tell member for Halifax-Buckdale, the member for Clare, that certainly I will be sitting down with you and as a group, and we'll go right through it, and you'll understand everything. Well, maybe not. Depends on how good I am at explaining it. But certainly, the moratorium, as it is now, or the moratorium will come off to present a new and improved modern system of licensing, both processing and buying in Nova Scotia this year. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm pleased to see that you're going to have a licensing review. I guess the question that it raises for me when you came to the decision of lifting the moratorium is, do you feel there's an adequate level of competition as it was, or do you feel there's room for more processors and buyers, and at what point does it come oversaturated where it might have a negative impact on the fisheries overall?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Member Fort Clare. I believe in competition. I believe competition brings the best out in everybody. And from what I've seen in this industry, nobody is afraid of competition. The fishermen, the buyers, the processors, they are all well attuned to competing. They know their business, they know their stuff. The federal government, they supply basically and control what comes into the system. So we have that. So the resources, anybody who's in this will look at it and say, I've got limited resources, and know that those resources change all the time, depending on what the whole idea of conservation is out there. That's, excuse me, that's well known. Companies currently have that. They are competing. They've got labor costs. They've got all these costs. They've got infrastructure. They have, excuse me, established markets. They're competing now. It's a competitive market now. We have, in a lot of cases, the supply, and one of the observations I've made is that I thought that fish in the bay, or going to Clare or Tagan, or going to Cape Sable Island or to Victoria County or wherever in the province, the resource was right there, and that was theirs. It's not the case. It's not the case. These plants and buyers will source product from anywhere. So Southwest Nova will get it from up in the Northumberland area, in Richmond area, and vice versa, depending on what's going on. They'll source it. And they source it internationally. Companies are already doing this. So they're already competing. They're competing locally, regionally, and internationally. Well, that's the market we're already in. So it is a truly competitive market. We have licenses out there now that are not being utilized. They're simply not being used. A company can buy another license now and from somebody else. That's permissible. They buy it. In effect, we cancel it and transfer it. That's allowed. For secondary processing, there's no moratorium on those licenses. So if you wanted to come in and do breaded shrimp in Burnside or in Cancel or wherever, you can do that. You can get a license to do that now. So we've got a smaller segment of licensing that really is in question here. It's creating a big amount of conversations, which my understanding is those conversations were had way before our time, way before our time. So I'm looking at this and saying, in a competitive market, for the most part, the existing players have the advantage. So if I want to come in and I want to get a license and I want to compete, what's the best way to do that? Am I going to buy something where my costs are up, where the price of snow crab has gone down like it has? Is that a good business model for me to get into this industry and compete? No. So the existing players already have the advantage. What we're saying is that there's no reason for us to dampen that competitive environment, truly. So you answer about competition. I would suggest we're already competing. We've already got a competitive market, and that the artificial use of a license doesn't increase or decrease that competitiveness at all. So we've got we have a number of companies around, and permit me to go on, and it's not meant to stymie more questions, it's meant to provide a fulsome mindset that I have. Competition, what does it do? It brings in new ideas, more innovation, competing on a global scale. And we have companies now in Nova Scotia that do just that. They do just that. I was in Asia a month or so ago, and there were Atlantic Canadian companies there just working everything. These people want to compete. In Boston, the same type of thing. BMCC, who had mentioned, sent you, the member from Clare, a photo in Boston. Yeah, he looked at it and said that. I can't compete at the level I want to because I cannot get a license. When are you going to give me a license? He can't get a license. And this is somebody who's generational, wants to compete. We have other people who are saying the same thing. In fact, and I don't think that's going to be followed through because I've indicated that we're going to do something this year. Had a lawyer saying that his client is willing to take us to court to get a license because he can't compete, needs a license. So as many times as I hear from some who say, leave it the way it is, it's working well, I have others who are multi-generational saying, open it up. Why are you stopping me from competing? And we have other people who are doing fantastic things down in your area with innovation, with anticipation and improving their plants in anticipation of opening up the redfish total allowable catch. And traveling the world developing those markets. It's phenomenal. So I would suggest that we compete now, and that in this particular case, the licenses are going to, the change in the moratorium, the lifting of the moratorium will allow those who want to compete harder, faster, they'll be able to do that. And those who don't want to, are just comfortable the way they are, that's fine too. However, again, competition brings out the best in everybody, in my view. I hope that Mr. Chair answers the question.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'll just say that I'm not necessarily for or against the moratorium, but my intention here is basically to ask questions, try to understand the thinking around what you guys are trying to accomplish, and honestly to make sure that the fishery is protected because it's an important part of our community. So, I mean, I was a lobster fisherman in the past, and I do remember a time where we called them fly-by-nights, where people would come on the wharf and pick up trucks and buy crates of lobster, put a tarp over. So some of my questions are around like assuring that there is a quality to the seafood. So with the moratorium lifting, and I know you did say you haven't made decisions around this, but will there be a requirement to have a certain amount of infrastructure or holding facility or something that can guarantee that quality remains? Because in the end, price depends on quality, not on quantity. So, and I know the department for many years have been focused on quality. So I don't know if you could maybe comment on that.
Just before I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, I just want to gently remind both the member and the minister to try and get the questions to come through the chair and avoid using the word you and directing questions towards you. So I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member through you, to the member for Clare. Quality is job one. We pride ourselves on the quality of our seafood, and there are many initiatives that the department supports. There are many initiatives that industry supports on quality, and we've funded many things to ensure quality. We look at traceability from the water to the consumer, wherever that consumer might be. The opening up is not a opening up of the kimono and say, have at her. It's not that at all. There are and will be conditions around to ensure that we keep the quality of our seafood products in place. When we take a look at, and it's been implied, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, through Chair to the member, that there will be some people coming perhaps onto the docks and might be able to get a license or not a license and purchase something with a caseload of money. Or one of the things that we are absolutely working on is illegal, unreported, what's pretty well called cash sales, but cash is legal tender, but unrecorded, undocumented sales. We recognize that as a huge problem, not only in Nova Scotia, but Atlantic Canada, as does the federal minister who I work with quite often. We have task force that are looking at these types of things now. The federal government, if you look at when you look at their 23-24 departmental plan for Department of Fisheries and Oceans, they state right in there the emphasis on illegal unreported sales. When I first became part of this, that's one of the things we did. We've met with DOJ, our own Department of Justice. We've met with fisheries officers. We've met with enforcement compliance officers who were at the time under Environment and Climate Change, who are now with the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables. And we've talked about this. And there's a big emphasis to do that. And it has been a factor for consideration in this decision, because it's been mentioned by a number of harvesters and others that it is a concern of theirs. We've got the Pan-Atlantic Group on Illegal Sales, and Nova Scotia is co-chair. So, you know, we are looking at that. But quality is job one, and you know the modernization is also addressing food safety, and Canadian Food Inspection Agency requirements are there. We need to be able to ensure they're there. So when we say opening up the license, and I said the details aren't worked out yet, these are some of the details. What is it that we have to do to ensure that food quality, seafood quality is there? How do you move a product from the water to the dock to a processing plant, or logistically to the airport, shipped other ways, and still maintain the quality and traceability? It's a huge, huge issue, and we're totally cognizant of that. Mr. Chair, that's my answer.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Oops. Yeah, thank you for the answer. And yeah, I think it's more having some constraints. My concern around opening up for more processing and buyer's licenses. You mentioned earlier labor is a huge factor. I know a lot of processing plants are struggling to find enough labor. As you open up, as you lift the moratorium and open up the opportunity for more people to get into the industry. How do you plan to balance the need for labor with the amount of new processors coming in? Because right now they're essentially competing or, with one another for the existing labor. So I don't know if you have a strategy around how you can support that industry and those companies to make sure that they can thrive through the chair.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member for Clare. We recognize that labor is a huge component of running a business in the processing side of the house, huge component. For some, it's more significant than others, depending on the operation that you have. People have told me that in some cases they believe they get whole families in there, and they are able to look at housing. Some have told me, I know that Osborne Burke up in Victoria County has indicated that he feels they have to buy places. I know down in your area, I know that in the member for Clare's area, people are providing housing and transportation, so that's important. All this to say that we recognize and are working with provincial, federal, and industry people to take a look at this. It's significant. Now I want to go back to the competitive side of it. The incumbents have the advantage. They already have labor challenges, but they have established laborers. They have ways to bring in more labor. They understand the systems. Any new enterprise coming in and wanting to compete, that would be a significant factor for them to consider getting into that business. In addition to all the other issues in running a business. A license isn't just, license is the easy part. All right. Capital. How are they going to get financing to do what they want to do? Because the financial institutions will look at the risk associated with it as well. So they may not even have access to capital if they want to put in infrastructure. They may not be able to buy the land. It may not, there are many, many more things than labor when it comes to getting into the business. But from a competitive point of view, if you are a poor business person, we're looking for people to work and bring out the best in innovation. We're looking for the people to lift all of Nova Scotia up. We're not looking for businesses to come in here and fail. We're looking for smart, innovative businesses that will help improve our economy here in the province for our residents as well as others. We are working with the federal government on the seafood-specific temporary foreign worker program. So we're looking at that. I mentioned earlier about our bursary program and getting other people to work in the sector to be able to come in and see that there's something there for them. The Atlantic Fisheries Fund is also available to help to mitigate the reliance on labor if you can come in with innovation and processes, and a lot of the existing companies do that now, and import technology from Iceland and other places that will help improve their situation. So when we talk about labor, it's a very real issue right across this province. We know from construction to whatever, and I'm not going to chew up time talking about that. We all know that. So, Mr. Chair, that's my response, and happy to take any further questions on that if the member would like.
The honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've read reports in the news and talked to different individuals, associations who feel that maybe there is an overcapacity as it stands now for buyers in processing licenses, and there's not enough supply. So I asked a question just because I've seen it brought up a number of times, and give the minister the opportunity to maybe comment on those remarks I've heard and seen in the media.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, through you, to the member for Clare. I've heard those as well, and they're real to the people who are expressing those opinions. It was stated earlier that neither for nor against the moratorium. I'm in the chair that I have to make a decision. That's what I've been appointed to do, and to look at it and balances the interests of everybody, and to come up with what I think is a reasonable solution for today. And not to say that that won't change tomorrow. The environment changes. Technology has changed tremendously. The governing thing around total allowable catches, the raw resources, getting materials and labor. We need to be able to do what's best for the sector as a whole. And I think this is one of those components that will do that. It's sometimes I feel like I'm on the boat and I'm being pulled that way and then pushed this way and everything, and not only by industry, but perhaps even some of the colleagues around the legislature who represent a huge amount of rural coastal communities. And getting the ear and to listen to the concerns of those is very important. Local constituency work is very important, and I welcome all MLAs to engage me at any time around these conversations and to give me their thoughts and to give me their opinions, to give me their contacts and people I can talk with. And you may be surprised that I've already talked with or they've already been engaged. I can tell you that. We've taken a lot of effort since the moratorium was put in, and especially from my point of view in the time I've been here, to work on this and to move it forward so that we can benefit the whole industry. So, Mr. Chair, the short answer is I believe in competition. I believe we have very competitive industry here now. We absolutely do. To work in this industry, to be a fisherman or a company in this industry, to be a processor in this industry, these are smart business people, absolutely smart business people, who for the most part do not mind competing because they do it every day now. The landscape is going to change a little bit. I don't think it's going to be a determining factor in future business decisions necessarily that are made in our industry. If they look at the competitive environment and use their business savvy to determine whether or not they want to be in this industry or not.
The honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I believe we're done at 9:20. 9:20? Okay. So,
10:20.
10:20, 10:20, yeah, pardon me. It's been a long day. So, some concerns too around like licensing in general is around foreign ownership and those things. Like And again, I know you haven't made concrete decisions on a lot of the details around that, but obviously the fishery is very lucrative. We see companies from across the world trying to, come into Nova Scotia, which is a good thing, creates competition, brings up the price as we've seen. But at the same time, I just wonder, like, how you view that in this, when you approach lifting the moratorium and looking at all new licensing, how that's going to factor in those decisions.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member for Clare. The topic of foreign ownership does come up quite a bit. And we know that we have companies here who are, and you can define foreign as being domestic, provincial, you can define it as being Canadian, international. And there is quite a bit of foreign ownership now. There's quite a bit of foreign ownership by companies, Nova Scotia-based companies, out as well. One of the things that we are looking at is what are our constraints? So when it comes to international trade agreements, when we talk about what we can and cannot do, the federal government does have the authority to take a look at foreign ownership, and it's in their wheelhouse for the most part. However, one of the things that I have done is, and I showed it to the chair earlier, is I have looked at foreign ownership in the fisheries as a factor. And we are going to look at that and find out if it's a significant factor in reality when it comes to a moratorium lift on licenses, or if it's a factor and a fact of doing business in Nova Scotia, Atlantic Canada, and Canada. The province of Newfoundland has a report that they had commissioned, and I have a copy of that and going through it, and it does quite a good job taking a look at the environment there. It takes a look at the international environment. It takes a look at foreign ownership responsibilities and authorities around that too. So we are looking at that, determining what is within our authority and what's not within our authority, and accepting what's not in our authority. And again, everybody will be playing by the same rules, though.
The Honourable Member from Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe I'll switch subjects to aquaculture. So I read the aquaculture review and the recommendations, and when you read the closing statement, it says the recommendations recommendation identified in this report do not prescribe a roadmap forward. They do suggest next steps for incremental change along the journey of continuous improvement and strengthening regulations. So in reading that statement, and I know that's the report, not necessarily, you did say in your opening remarks that you accept the report and all of its recommendations. So, but I'm just wondering if you want to, if the minister would like to elaborate on how he plans to implement those regulations, if they'll be incremental, or if he's looking at, at moving ahead quite aggressively with those. So I'd appreciate an answer through the chat.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And how much time do I have left?
Approximately 4.5 minutes.
Can we stretch it out to an hour and a half? Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and through you to the member for Clare. The comment at the end of that, to me, was more of a, that's our destination. It's up to my department to create the roadmap to get there. The details we need to be able to focus on. So when it comes to the areas that really, the key recommendations were around regulatory right sizing, and we're going to take steps to do that, transparency, public participation, and then there were a couple of more. So we are looking to, and staff are now in the process of analyzing those, seeing what can be done. It was only released on the 17th of this month. I have accepted all 17 recommendations. My direction to staff has been along this line. I'd like to know what we can do immediately that does not require regulatory nor legislative changes. I'd like to know what does require regulatory changes and what requires legislative changes, and be ready to go to the legislature this fall if need be. Now, a couple of my staff probably just had a heart attack, but that's the direction that I've been given and giving. So this is one of the most significant things that this department is undertaking in the area of aquaculture and the regulatory regime. And we take it very seriously. The report was a milestone, and now it's so what? Okay, well, the so what is over to us. And a number of the committee members and others have expressed to me, well, what are you going to do now? Or we didn't get into the details. No, you didn't get into the details. We wanted to hear what it is that needs to be done, and then our job in the department is to take that and work on it and work out the details. And that's what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Clare.
So you kind of answered my next question, but in terms of, I should say through you, what would the minister's priorities be? Specifically, like, is there anything that you'll be implementing in the very near future?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member for Clare. That's what we're doing now, is we're trying to figure that out. It's a bit too soon. I know staff are working on it. My calendar has been pretty full, as all of yours, and but yeah, I know I'll have a report presentation early next month in detail as to, those types of things that I had mentioned. What can we do? What can we do now? What requires, what's administrative? And a lot of these, so we've got the recommendations, and then they had for examples. So, yeah, the staff are analyzing that. We're going to come back, and the idea of doing the review was not just to do the review, it was to implement changes so that we had a sustainable industry here for Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Clare with 35 seconds.
Yeah, so I'll just say through the chair to the minister that while the time's up for tonight, but I do appreciate him taking those questions and providing answers, and to all the staff I know who are working extremely hard to make sure that the fishery continues to grow, and I do appreciate the work, even though I have to ask the question. It is tough, but it is important, like I said earlier, and hopefully I'll get tomorrow to ask a few more questions. So I'll leave it.
Order. It is now 10:20 p.m. And that concludes the subcommittee's consideration for estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into Committee of the Whole House on Supply.